The Ancient City. Book 3, Chapter 1. The Phratry and the Cury. The Tribe. As yet we have given no dates, nor can we now. In the history of these antique societies, the epochs are more easily marked by the succession of ideas and of institutions than by that of years. The study of the ancient rules of private law has enabled us to obtain a glimpse, beyond the times that are called historic, of a succession of centuries during which the family was the sole form of society. This family might then contain within its wide compass several thousand human beings. But in these limits, human association was yet too narrow for material needs, since this family hardly sufficed for all the chances of life, too narrow for the moral needs of our nature, for we have seen how incomplete was the knowledge of the divine, and how insufficient was the morality of this little world. The smallness of this primitive society corresponded well with the narrowness of the idea then entertained of the divinity. Every family had its gods, and men neither conceived of nor adored any save the domestic divinities. But he could not have contented himself long with these gods, so much below what his intelligence might attain. If many centuries were required for him to arrive at the idea of God as a being unique, incomparable, infinite, he must at any rate have insensibly approached this ideal by enlarging his conception from age to age, and by extending little by little the horizon whose line separated for him the divine being from the things of this world. The religious idea and human society went on, therefore, expanding at the same time. The domestic religion forbade two families to mingle and unite, but it was possible for several families, without sacrificing anything of their special religions, to join at least for the celebration of another worship, which might have been common to all of them. And this is what happened. A certain number of families formed a group, called, in the Greek language, a Phratria, in the Latin, a Curia. Did there exist the tie of birth between the families of the same group? This cannot be affirmed. It is clear, however, that this new association was not formed without a certain enlargement of religious ideas. Even at the moment when they united, these families conceived the idea of a divinity superior to that of the household, one who was common to all, and who watched over the entire group. They raised an altar to him, lighted a sacred fire, and founded a worship. There was no Cury or Phratry that had not its altar and its protecting god. The religious act here was of the same nature as in the family. It consisted essentially of a repast, partaken of in common. The nourishment had been prepared upon the altar itself and was consequently sacred. While eating it, the worshippers recited prayers. The divinity was present and received his part of the food and drink. These religious repasts of the Cury lasted a long time at Rome. Cicero mentions them, and Ovid describes them. In the time of Augustus, they had still preserved all their antique forms. I have seen in those sacred dwellings, says a historian of this epoch, the repast displayed before the god. The tables were of wood, according to ancestral usage, and the dishes were of earthenware. The food was loaves, cakes of fine flour, and fruits. I saw the libations poured out. They did not fall from gold or silver cups, but from vessels of clay, and I admired the men of our day who remained so faithful to the rites and customs of their fathers. At Athens, these repasts took place during the festival called Apaturia. There were usages remaining in the latest period of Greek history which throw some light upon the nature of the ancient Phratry. Thus we see that in the time of Demosthenes, to be a member of a Phratry, one must have been born of a legitimate marriage in one of the families that composed it. for the religion of the Phratry, like that of the family, was transmitted only by blood. The young Athenian was presented to the Phratry by his father, who swore that this was his son. The admission took place with a religious ceremony. The Phratry sacrificed a victim and cooked the flesh upon the altar. All the members were present. If they refused to admit the newcomer, as they had a right to do, if they doubted the legitimacy of his birth, they took away the flesh from the altar. If they did not do this, if, after cooking, they shared with the young man the flesh of the victim, then he was admitted and became a member of the association. The explanation of these practices is that the ancients believed any nourishment prepared upon an altar and shared between several persons established among them an indissoluble bond and a sacred union that ceased only with life. Every Phratry or Cury had a chief, a Curion or Patriarch, whose principal function was to preside at the sacrifices. Perhaps his attributes were at first more extensive. The Phratry had its assemblies and its tribunal, and could pass decrees. In it, as well as in the family, there were a god, a worship, a priesthood, a legal tribunal, and a government. It was a small society that was modeled exactly upon the family. The association naturally continued to increase, and after the same fashion, several Phratries or Curies were grouped together and formed a tribe. This new circle also had its religion. In each tribe there were an altar and a protecting divinity. The god of the tribe was generally of the same nature as that of the Phratry, or that of the family. It was a man deified, a hero. From him the tribe took its name. The Greeks called him the eponymous hero. He had his annual festal day. The principal part of the religious ceremony was a repast, of which the entire tribe partook. The tribe, like the Phratry, held assemblies and passed decrees, to which all the members were obliged to submit. It had its chief, tribunus, Philovasiles. From what remains to us of the tribe, we see that, originally, it was constituted to be an independent society, as if there had been no other social power above it. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 2, New Religious Beliefs. 1. The Gods of Physical Nature. Before passing from the formation of tribes to the establishment of cities, we must mention an important element in the intellectual life of those ancient peoples. When we sought the most ancient beliefs of these men, we found a religion which had their dead ancestors for its object, and for its principal symbol, the sacred fire. It was this religion that founded the family and established the first laws. But this race has also had in all its branches another religion, the one whose principal figures were Zeus, Hera, Athena, Juno, that of the Hellenic Olympus, and of the Roman Capitol. Of these two religions, the first found its gods in the human soul. The second took them from physical nature. As the sentiment of living power and of conscience which he felt in himself inspired man with the first idea of the divine, so the view of this immensity which surrounded and overwhelmed him traced out for his religious sentiment another course. Man, in the early ages, was continually in the presence of nature. The habits of civilized life did not yet draw a line between it and him. His sight was charmed by its beauties, or dazzled by its grandeur. He enjoyed the light, he was terrified by the night, and when he saw the holy light of heaven return, he experienced a feeling of thankfulness. His life was in the hands of nature. He looked for the beneficent cloud on which his harvest depended. He feared the storm which might destroy the labor and hope of all the year. At every moment he felt his own feebleness and the incomparable power of what surrounded him. He experienced perpetually a mingled feeling of veneration, love, and terror for this power of nature. This sentiment did not conduct him at once to the conception of an only God ruling the universe, for as yet he had no idea of the universe. He knew not that the earth, the sun, and the stars are part of one same body. The thought did not occur to him that they might all be ruled by the same being. On first looking upon the external world, man pictured it to himself as a sort of confused republic, where rival forces made war upon each other. As he judged external objects from himself, and felt in himself a free person, he saw also in every part of creation, in the soil, in the tree, in the cloud, in the water of the river, in the sun, so many persons like himself. He endowed them with thought, volition, and choice of acts. As he thought them powerful, and was subject to their empire, he avowed his dependence, he invoked them and adored them, he made gods of them. Thus, in this race, the religious idea presented itself under two different forms. On the one hand, man attached the divine attribute to the invisible principle, to the intelligence, to what he perceived of the soul, to what of the sacred he felt in himself. On the other hand, he applied his ideas of the divine to the external object which he saw, which he loved or feared, to physical agents that were the masters of his happiness and of his life. These two orders of belief laid the foundation of two religions that lasted as long as Greek and Roman society. They did not make war upon each other. They even lived on very good terms, and shared the empire over man, but they never became confounded. Their dogmas were always entirely distinct, often contradictory, and their ceremonies and practices were absolutely different. The worship of the gods of Olympus and that of heroes and manas never had anything common between them. Which of these two religions was the earlier in date, no one can tell. It is certain, however, that one, that of the dead, having been fixed at a very early epoch, always remained unchangeable in its practices, while its dogmas faded away little by little. The other, that of physical nature, was more progressive, and developed freely from age to age, modifying its legends and doctrines by degrees, and continually augmenting its authority over men. 2. Relation of this religion to the development of human society. We can easily believe that the first rudiments of this religion of nature are very ancient, though not so old perhaps as the worship of ancestors. But as it corresponded with more general and higher conceptions, it required more time to become fixed into a precise doctrine. It is quite certain that it was not brought into the world in a day, and that it did not spring in full perfection from the brain of man. We find at the origin of this religion neither a prophet nor a body of priests. It grew up in different minds by an effort of their natural powers. Each man created it for himself in his own fashion. Among all these gods, sprung from different minds, there were resemblances, because ideas were formed in the minds of men after a nearly uniform manner. But there was also great variety, because each mind was the author of its own gods. Hence it was that for a long time this religion was confused, and that its gods were innumerable. Still, the elements which could be deified were not very numerous. The sun which gives fecundity, the earth which nourishes, the clouds, by turns beneficent and destructive, such were the different powers of which they could make gods. But from each one of these elements thousands of gods were created, because the same physical agent, viewed under different aspects, received from men different names. The sun, for example, was called in one place Hercules the Glorious, in another Phoebus the Shining, and still again Apollo, he who drives away night or evil. One called him Hyperion, the elevated being, another Alexikakos, the beneficent. And in the course of time, groups of men who had given these various names to the brilliant luminary no longer saw that they had the same god. Indeed, each man adored but a very small number of divinities, but the gods of one were not those of another. The names, it is true, might resemble each other. Many men might separately have given their god the name of Apollo or of Hercules. These words belonged to the common language and were merely adjectives, and designated the divine being by one or another of his most prominent attributes. But under this same name, the different groups of men could not believe that there was but one God. They counted thousands of different Jupiters. They had a multitude of Minervas, Dianas, and Junos, who resembled each other very little. Each of these conceptions was formed by the free operation of each mind, and being in some sort its property, it happened that these gods were, for a long time, independent of each other, and that each one of them had his particular legend and his worship. As the first appearance of these beliefs was at a time when men still lived under family government, these new gods had at first, like the demons, the heroes, and the Laras, the character of domestic divinities. Each family made gods for itself, and each kept them for itself, as protectors, whose good offices it did not wish to share with strangers. This thought appears frequently in the hymns of the Vedas, and there is no doubt that it was the same in the minds of the Aryas of the West. For there are visible traces of it in their religion. As soon as a family, by personifying a physical agent, had created a god, it associated him with its sacred fire, counted him among its penatas, and added a few words for him in its formula of prayer. This explains why we often meet among the ancients with expressions like this: the gods who sit near my hearth, the Jupiter of my hearth, the Apollo of my fathers. I conjure you, says Tecmessa to Ajax, in the name of the Jupiter who sits near your hearth. Medea the enchantress says in Euripides, I swear by Hecate, my protecting goddess, whom I venerate, and who inhabits this sanctuary of my hearth. When Virgil describes what is oldest in the religion of Rome, he shows Hercules associated with the sacred fire of Evander, and adored by him as a domestic divinity. Hence came those thousands of forms of local worship, among which no unity could ever be established. Hence those contests of the gods, of which polytheism is full, and which represent struggles of families, cantons, or villages. Hence, too, that innumerable multitude of gods and goddesses, of whom assuredly we know but the smallest part, for many have perished without even having left their names, simply because the families who adored them became extinct, or the cities that had adopted them were destroyed. It must have been a long time before these gods left the bosom of the families with whom they had originated, and who regarded them as their patrimony. We know even that many of them never became disengaged from this sort of domestic tie. The Demeter of Eleusis remained the special divinity of the family of the Eumolpidae. The Athena of the Acropolis of Athens belonged to the family of the Butidae. The Potaiti of Rome had a Hercules, and the Nautai a Minerva. It appears highly probable that the worship of Venus was for a long time limited to the family of the Julii, and that this goddess had no public worship at Rome. It happened in the course of time, the divinity of a family having acquired a great prestige over the imaginations of men, and appearing powerful in proportion to the prosperity of this family, that a whole city wished to adopt him and offer him public worship to obtain his favors. This was the case with the Demeter of the Eumolpidae, the Athena of the Butidae, and the Hercules of the Potaiti. But when a family consented thus to share its god, it retained at least the priesthood. We may remark that the dignity of the priest for each god was during a long time hereditary, and could not go out of a certain family. This is a vestige of a time when the god himself was the property of this family, when he protected it alone, and would be served only by it. We are correct, therefore, in saying that this second religion was at first in unison with the social condition of men. It was cradled in each family, and remained long bounded by this narrow horizon. but it lent itself more easily than the worship of the dead to the future progress of human association. Indeed, the ancestors, heroes, and manas were gods, who by their very nature could be adored only by a very small number of men, and who thus established a perpetual and impassable line of demarcation between families. The religion of the gods of nature was more comprehensive. No rigorous laws opposed the propagation of the worship of any of these gods. There was nothing in their nature that required them to be adored by one family only, and to repel the stranger. Finally, men must have come insensibly to perceive that the Jupiter of one family was really the same being or the same conception as the Jupiter of another, which they could never believe of two Lares, two ancestors, or two sacred fires. Let us add that the morality of this new religion was different. It was not confined to teaching men family duties. Jupiter was the god of hospitality. In his name came strangers, suppliants, the venerable poor, those who were to be treated as brothers. All these gods often assumed human form and appeared among mortals, sometimes indeed to assist in their struggles and to take part in their combats, often also to enjoin concord and to teach them to help each other. As this second religion continued to develop, society must have enlarged. Now, it is quite evident that this religion, feeble at first, afterwards assumed large proportions. In the beginning it was, so to speak, sheltered under the protection of its elder sister, near the domestic hearth. There the god had obtained a small place, a narrow cella, near and opposite to the venerated altar, in order that a little of the respect which men had for the sacred fire might be shared by him. Little by little, the god, gaining more authority over the soul, renounced this sort of guardianship and left the domestic hearth. He had a dwelling of his own, and his own sacrifices. This dwelling, naos, temple, from nio, to inhabit, was moreover built after the fashion of the ancient sanctuary. It was therefore a cella opposite a hearth, but the cella was enlarged and embellished, and became a temple. The holy fire remained at the entrance of the god's house, but appeared very small by the side of this house. What had at first been the principal had now become only an accessory. It ceased to be a god, and descended to the rank of the god's altar, an instrument for the sacrifice. Its office was to burn the flesh of the victim, and to carry the offering with men's prayers to the majestic divinity whose statue resided in the temple. When we see these temples rise and open their doors to the multitude of worshippers, we may be assured that human associations have become enlarged. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 3. The City is Formed. The tribe, like the family and the phratry, was established as an independent body, since it had a special worship from which the stranger was excluded. Once formed, no new family could be admitted to it. No more could two tribes be fused into one. Their religion was opposed to this. But just as several phratries were united in a tribe, several tribes might associate together, on condition that the religion of each should be respected. The day on which this alliance took place, the city existed. It is of little account to seek the cause which determined several neighboring tribes to unite. Sometimes it was voluntary, sometimes it was imposed by the superior force of a tribe, or by the powerful will of a man. What is certain is that the bond of the new association was still a religion. The tribes that united to form a city never failed to light a sacred fire and to adopt a common religion. Thus, human society in this race did not enlarge like a circle which increases on all sides, gaining little by little. There were, on the contrary, small groups which, having been long established, were finally joined together in larger ones. Several families formed the phratry, several phratries, the tribe, several tribes, the city. Family, phratry, tribe, city were, moreover, societies exactly similar to each other, which were formed one after the other by a series of federations. We must remark also that when the different groups became thus associated, none of them lost its individuality or its independence. Although several families were united in a phratry, each one of them remained constituted just as it had been when separate. Nothing was changed in it, neither worship nor priesthood, nor property nor internal justice. Curies afterwards became associated, but each retained its worship, its assemblies, its festivals, its chief. From the tribe, men passed to the city, but the tribe was not dissolved on that account, and each of them continued to form a body, very much as if the city had not existed. In religion there subsisted a multitude of subordinate worships, above which was established one common to all. In politics, numerous little governments continued to act, while above them a common government was founded. The city was a confederation, hence it was obliged, at least for several centuries, to respect the religious and civil independence of the tribes, curies, and families, and had not the right at first to interfere in the private affairs of each of these little bodies. It had nothing to do with the interior of a family. It was not the judge of what passed there. It left to the father the right and duty of judging his wife, his son, and his client. It was for this reason that private law, which had been fixed at the time when families were isolated, could subsist in the city, and was modified only at a very late period. The mode of founding ancient cities is attested by usages which continued for a very long time. If we examine the army of the city in primitive times, we find it distributed into tribes, curies, and families, in such a way, says one of the ancients, that the warrior has for a neighbor in the combat one with whom, in time of peace, he has offered the libation and sacrifice at the same altar. If we look at the people when assembled in the early ages of Rome, we see them voting by curies and by gentes. If we look at the worship, we see at Rome 6 vestals, 2 for each tribe. At Athens, the archon offers the sacrifice in the name of the entire city, but he has in the religious part of the ceremony as many assistants as there are tribes. Thus, the city was not an assemblage of individuals. It was a confederation of several groups which were established before it and which it permitted to remain. We see, in the Athenian orators, that every Athenian formed a portion of 4 distinct societies at the same time. He was a member of a family, of a phratry, of a tribe, and of a city. He did not enter at the same time and the same day into all these 4. Like a Frenchman who at the moment of his birth belongs at once to a family, a commune, a department, and a country, the phratry and the tribe are not administrative divisions. A man enters at different times into these 4 societies, and ascends, so to speak, from one to the other. First, the child is admitted into the family by the religious ceremony, which takes place 6 days after his birth. Some years later, he enters the phratry by a new ceremony, which we have already described. Finally, at the age of 16 or 18, he is presented for admission into the city. On that day, in the presence of an altar and before the smoking flesh of a victim, he pronounces an oath by which he binds himself, among other things, always to respect the religion of the city. From that day, he is initiated into the public worship and becomes a citizen. If we observe this young Athenian rising step by step from worship to worship, we have a symbol of the degrees through which human association has passed. The course which this young man is constrained to follow is that which society first followed. An example will make this truth clearer. There have remained to us in the antiquities of Athens traditions and traces enough to enable us to see quite clearly how the Athenian city was formed. At first, says Plutarch, Attica was divided by families. Some of these families of the primitive period, like the Eumolpidae, the Cecropidae, the Gephyriae, the Phytalidae, and the Lachidae, were perpetuated to the following ages. At that time the city did not exist, but every family, surrounded by its younger branches and its clients, occupied a canton, and lived there in absolute independence. Each had its own religion. The Eumolpidae, fixed at Eleusis, adored Demeter. The Cecropidae, who inhabited the rocks where Athens was afterwards built, had Poseidon and Athena for protecting divinities. Nearby, on the little hill of the Areopagus, the protecting god was Ares. At Marathon, it was Hercules. At Prasiae, an Apollo. Another Apollo at Phyleus. The Dioscuri at Cephalus, and thus of all the other cantons. Every family, as it had its god and its altar, had also its chief. When Pausanias visited Attica, he found, in the little villages, ancient traditions which had been perpetuated with the worship. And these traditions informed him that every little burg had had its king before the time when Cecrops reigned at Athens. Was not this a memorial of a distant age, when the great patriarchal families, like the Celtic clans, had each its hereditary chief, who was at the same time priest and judge? Some 100 little societies then lived, isolated in the country, recognizing no political or religious bond among them, having each its territory, often at war, and living so completely separated that marriage between them was not always permitted. But their needs, or their sentiments, brought them together. Insensibly, they joined in little groups of 4, 5, or 6. Thus we find, in the traditions, that the 4 villages of Marathon united to adore the same Delphian Apollo. The men of the Piraeus, Phalarium, and 2 neighboring burgs united and built a temple to Hercules. In the course of time, these many little states were reduced to 12 confederations. This change, by which the people passed from the patriarchal family state to a society somewhat more extensive, was attributed by tradition to the efforts of Cecrops. We are merely to understand by this that it was not accomplished until the time at which they place this personage, that is to say, towards the 16th century before our era. We see, moreover, that this Cecrops reigned over only one of these 12 associations, that which afterwards became Athens. The other 11 were completely independent. Each had its tutelary deity, its altar, its sacred fire, and its chief. Several centuries passed, during which the Cecropidae insensibly acquired greater importance. Of this period there remains the tradition of a bloody struggle sustained by them against the Eumolpidae of Eleusis, the result of which was that the latter submitted, with the single reservation that they should preserve the hereditary priesthood of their divinity. There were doubtless other struggles and other conquests, of which no memorial has been preserved. The rock of the Cecropidae, on which was developed by degrees the worship of Athena, and which finally adopted the name of their principal divinity, acquired the supremacy over the other 11 states. Then appeared Theseus, the heir of the Cecropidae. All the traditions agree in declaring that he united the 12 groups into one city. He succeeded indeed in bringing all Attica to adopt the worship of Athena Polias, so that thenceforth the whole country celebrated the sacrifice of the Panathenea in common. Before him, every burg had its sacred fire and its prytany. He wished to make the prytany of Athens the religious center of all Attica. From that time, Athenian unity was established. In religion, every canton preserved its ancient worship, but adopted one that was common to all. Politically, each preserved its chiefs, its judges, its right of assembling, but above all these local governments, there was the central government of the city. From these precise memorials and traditions, which Athens preserved so religiously, there seem to us to be 2 truths equally manifest. The one is that the city was a confederation of groups that had been established before it, and the other is that society developed only so fast as religion enlarged its sphere. We cannot indeed say that religious progress brought social progress, but what is certain is that they were both produced at the same time and in remarkable accord. We should not lose sight of the excessive difficulty which, in primitive times, opposed the foundation of regular societies. The social tie was not easy to establish between those human beings who were so diverse, so free, so inconstant. To bring them under the rules of a community, to institute commandments and ensure obedience, to cause passion to give way to reason, and individual right to public right, there certainly was something necessary, stronger than material force, more respectable than interest, surer than a philosophical theory, more unchangeable than a convention, something that should dwell equally in all hearts and should be all-powerful there. This power was a belief. Nothing has more power over the soul. A belief is the work of our mind, but we are not on that account free to modify it at will. It is our own creation, but we do not know it. It is human, and we believe it a god. It is the effect of our power and is stronger than we are. It is in us. It does not quit us. It speaks to us at every moment. If it tells us to obey, we obey. If it traces duties for us, we submit. Man may indeed subdue nature, but he is subdued by his own thoughts. Now, an ancient belief commanded a man to honor his ancestor. The worship of the ancestor grouped a family around an altar. Thus arose the first religion, the first prayers, the first ideas of duty and of morals. Thus, too, was the right of property established, and the order of succession fixed. Thus, in fine, arose all private law, and all the rules of domestic organization. Later, the belief grew, and human society grew at the same time. When men begin to perceive that there are common divinities for them, they unite in larger groups. The same rules, invented and established for the family, are applied successively to the phratry, the tribe, and the city. Let us take in at a glance the road over which man has passed. In the beginning, the family lived isolated, and man knew only the domestic god, Thei Patrui, Dii Gentiles. Above the family was formed the phratry, with its god, Theos Phratrios, Uno Curialis. Then came the tribe, and the god of the tribe, Theos Philios. Finally came the city, and men conceived a god whose providence embraced this entire city, Theos Poliens, Penates Publici, a hierarchy of creeds and a hierarchy of association. The religious idea was, among the ancients, the inspiring breath and organizer of society. The traditions of the Hindus, of the Greeks, and of the Etruscans relate that the gods revealed social laws to man. Under this legendary form there is a truth. Social laws were the work of the gods, but those gods, so powerful and beneficent, were nothing else than the beliefs of man. Such was the origin of cities among the ancients. This study was necessary to give us a correct idea of the nature and institutions of the city. But here we must make a reservation. If the first cities were formed of a confederation of little societies previously established, this is not saying that all the cities known to us were formed in the same manner. The municipal organization once discovered, it was not necessary for each new city to pass over the same long and difficult route. It might often happen that they followed an inverse order. When a chief, quitting a city already organized, went to found another, he took with him commonly only a small number of his fellow citizens. He associated with them a multitude of other men who came from different parts, and might even belong to different races. But this chief never failed to organize the new state after the model of the one he had just quitted. Consequently, he divided his people into tribes and phratries. Each of these little associations had an altar, sacrifices, and festivals. Each even invented an ancient hero whom it honored with its worship, and from whom, with the lapse of time, it believed itself to have been descended. It often happened, too, that the men of some country lived without laws and without order, either because no one had ever been able to establish a social organization there, as in Arcadia, or because it had been corrupted and dissolved by two rapid revolutions, as it's at Cyrene and Thurii. If a legislator undertook to establish order among these men, he never failed to commence by dividing them into tribes and phratries, as if this were the only type of society. In each of these organizations, he named an eponymous hero, established sacrifices, and inaugurated traditions. This was always the manner of commencing, if he wished to found a regular society. Thus Plato did, when he imagined a model city. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 4, The City. Civitas and urbs, either of which we translate by the word city, were not synonymous words among the ancients. Civitas was the religious and political association of families and tribes. Urbs was the place of assembly, the dwelling place, and above all the sanctuary of this association. We are not to picture ancient cities to ourselves as anything like what we see in our day. We build a few houses. It is a village. Insensibly the number of houses increases, and it becomes a city. And finally, if there is occasion for it, we surround this with a wall. With the ancients, a city was never formed by degrees, by the slow increase of the number of men and houses. They founded a city at once, all entire in a day. But the elements of the city needed to be first ready, and this was the most difficult and ordinarily the largest work. As soon as the families, the phratries, and the tribes had agreed to unite and have the same worship, they immediately founded the city as a sanctuary for this common worship. And thus the foundation of the city was always a religious act. As a first example, we will take Rome itself, notwithstanding the doubt that is attached to its early history. It has often been said that Romulus was chief of a band of adventurers, and that he formed a people by calling around him vagabonds and robbers, and that all these men, collected without distinction, built at hazard a few huts to shelter their booty. But ancient writers present the facts in quite another shape, and it seems to us that if we desire to understand antiquity, our first rule should be to support ourselves upon the evidence that comes from the ancients. Those writers do indeed mention an asylum, that is to say, a sacred enclosure, where Romulus admitted all who presented themselves, and in this he followed the example which many founders of cities had afforded him. But this asylum was not the city. It was not even opened till after the city had been founded and completely built. It was an appendage added to Rome, but it was not Rome. It did not even form a part of the city of Romulus, for it was situated at the foot of the Capitoline Hill, whilst the city occupied the Palatine. It is of the first importance to distinguish the double element of the Roman population. In the asylum are adventurers without land or religion. On the Palatine are men from Alba, that is to say, men already organized into a society, distributed into genties and curies, having a domestic worship and laws. The asylum is merely a hamlet or suburb, where the huts are built at hazard and without rule. On the Palatine rises a city, religious and holy. As to the manner in which this city was founded, antiquity abounds in information. We find it in Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who collected it from authors older than his time. We find it in Plutarch, in the Fasti of Ovid, in Tacitus, in Cato the Elder, who had consulted the ancient Annals, and in two other writers who ought above all to inspire us with great confidence, the learned Varro and the learned Varius Flaccus, whom Festus has preserved in part for us, both men deeply versed in Roman antiquities, lovers of truth, and in no wise credulous, and well acquainted with the rules of historical criticism. All these writers have transmitted to us the tradition of the religious ceremony which marked the foundation of Rome, and we are not prepared to reject so great a number of witnesses. It is not a rare thing for the ancients to relate facts that surprise us, but is this a reason why we should pronounce them fables? Above all, if these facts, though not in accord with modern ideas, agree perfectly with those of the ancients? We have seen in their private life a religion which regulated all their acts. Later, we saw that this religion established them in communities. Why does it astonish us after this that the foundation of a city was a sacred act, and that Romulus himself was obliged to perform rites which were observed everywhere? The first care of the founder was to choose the site for the new city. But this choice, a weighty question on which they believed the destiny of the people depended, was always left to the decision of the gods. If Romulus had been a Greek, he would have consulted the oracle of Delphi. If a Samnite, he would have followed the sacred animal, the wolf or the green woodpecker. Being a Latin, and a neighbor of the Etruscans, initiated into the augurial science, he asks the gods to reveal their will to him by the flight of birds. The gods point out the Palatine. The day for the foundation having arrived, he first offers a sacrifice. His companions are ranged around him, they light a fire of brushwood, and each one leaps through the flame. The explanation of this rite is that, for the act about to take place, it is necessary that the people be pure, and the ancients believed they could purify themselves from all stain, physical or moral, by leaping through a sacred flame. When this preliminary ceremony had prepared the people for the grand act of the foundation, Romulus dug a small trench of a circular form and threw into it a clod of earth which he had brought from the city of Alba. Then each of his companions, approaching by turns, following his example, threw in a little earth which he had brought from the country from which he had come. This rite is remarkable, and reveals to us a notion of the ancients to which we must call attention. Before coming to the Palatine, they had lived in Alba, or some other neighboring city. There was their sacred fire. There their fathers had lived and been buried. Now their religion forbade them to quit the land where the hearth had been established, and where their divine ancestors reposed. It was necessary then, in order to be free from all impiety, that each of these men should employ a fiction, and that he should carry with him, under the symbol of a clod of earth, the sacred soil where his ancestors were buried, and to which their manas were attached. A man could not quit his dwelling place without taking with him his soil and his ancestors. This rite had to be accomplished so that he might say, pointing out the new place which he had adopted, "This is still the land of my fathers, terra patrum, patria. Here is my country, for here are the manas of my family." The trench into which each one had thrown a little earth was called mundus. Now this word designated, in the ancient language, the region of the manas. From this place, according to tradition, the souls of the dead escaped 3 times a year, desirous of again seeing the light for a moment. Do we not see also in this tradition the real thought of these ancient men? When placing in the trench a clod of earth from their former country, they believed they had enclosed there the souls of their ancestors. These souls, reunited there, required a perpetual worship, and kept guard over their descendants. At this same place Romulus set up an altar, and lighted a fire upon it. This was the holy fire of the city. Around this hearth arose the city as the house rises around the domestic hearth. Romulus traced a furrow which marked the enclosure. Here too the smallest details were fixed by a ritual. The founder made use of a copper plowshare. His plow was drawn by a white bull and a white cow. Romulus, with his head veiled and in the priestly robes, himself held the handle of the plow and directed it, while chanting prayers. His companions followed him, observing a religious silence. As the plow turned up clods of earth, they carefully threw them within the enclosure, that no particle of this sacred earth should be on the side of the stranger. This enclosure, traced by religion, was inviolable. Neither stranger nor citizen had the right to cross over it. To leap over this little furrow was an impious act. It is a Roman tradition that the founder's brother committed this act of sacrilege and paid for it with his life. But in order that men might enter and leave the city, the furrow was interrupted in certain places. To accomplish this, Romulus raised the plow and carried it over. These intervals were called portae. They were the gates of the city. Upon the sacred furrow, or a little inside of it, the walls afterwards arose. They also were sacred. No one could touch them, even to repair them, without permission from the pontiffs. On both sides of this wall, a space, a few paces wide, was given up to religion, and was called the pomorium. On this space no plow could be used, no building constructed. Such, according to a multitude of ancient witnesses, was the ceremony of the foundation of Rome. If it is asked how this information was preserved down to the writers who have transmitted it to us, the answer is that the ceremony was recalled to the memory of the people every year by an anniversary festival, which they called the birthday of Rome. This festival was celebrated through all antiquity, from year to year, and the Roman people still celebrate it today, at the same date as formerly, the 21st of April. So faithful are men to old usages through incessant changes. We cannot reasonably suppose that such rites were observed for the first time by Romulus. It is certain, on the contrary, that many cities before Rome had been founded in the same manner. According to Varro, these rites were common to Latium and to Etruria. Cato the Elder, who, in order to write his Origines, had consulted the annals of all the Italian nations, informs us that analogous rites were practiced by all founders of cities. The Etruscans possessed liturgical books in which were recorded the complete ritual of these ceremonies. The Greeks, like the Italians, believed that the site of a city should be chosen and revealed by the divinity. So, when they wished to found one, they consulted the oracle at Delphi. Herodotus records, as an act of impiety or madness, that the Spartan Doreus dared to build a city without consulting the oracle and without observing any of the customary usages. And the pious historian is not surprised that a city thus constructed, in despite of the rules, lasted only 3 years. Thucydides, recalling the day when Sparta was founded, mentions the pious chants and the sacrifices of that day. The same historian tells us that the Athenians had a particular ritual and that they never founded a colony without conforming to it. We may see in a comedy of Aristophanes a sufficiently exact picture of the ceremony practiced in such cases. When the poet represented the amusing foundation of the city of the birds, he certainly had in mind the customs which were observed in the foundation of the cities of men. Now, he puts upon the scene a priest who lighted a fire while invoking the gods, a poet who sang hymns, and a divine who recited oracles. Pausanias traveled in Greece about Adrian's time. In Messenia, he had the priests describe to him the foundation of the city of Messina, and he has transmitted this account to us. This event was not very ancient. It took place in the time of Epaminondas. 3 centuries before, the Messenians had been driven from their country, and since that time they had lived dispersed among the other Greeks, without a country, but preserving their customs and their national religion with pious care. The Thebans wished to restore them to Peloponnesus, in order to place an enemy on the flank of the Spartans, but the most difficult thing was to persuade the Messenians. Epaminondas, having superstitious men to deal with, thought it his duty to circulate an oracle predicting for this people a return to their former country. Miraculous apparitions proved to them that their gods, who had betrayed them at the time of the conquest, had again become favorable. This timid people then decided to return to the Peloponnesus in the train of a Theban army. But the question was where a city should be built, for it would not do to think of reoccupying the old cities of the country. They had been soiled by the conquest. To choose the place where they should establish themselves, they could not have recourse to the Delphian oracle, for at this time the Pythia was favorable to the Spartans. Fortunately, the gods had other methods of revealing their will. A Messenian priest had a dream in which one of the gods of his nation appeared and directed him to take his station on Mount Ithome, and invite the people to follow him there. The site of the new city was thus indicated, but it was still necessary to know the rites to be performed at the foundation, for the Messenians had forgotten them. They could not adopt those of the Thebans, or of any other people, and so they did not know how to build the city. A dream, however, came very opportunely to another Messenian. The gods commanded him to ascend Mount Ithome and find a yew tree that stood near a myrtle, and to dig into the earth in that place. He obeyed, and discovered an urn, and in this urn were leaves of tin, on which was found engraved the complete ritual of the sacred ceremony. The priests immediately copied it and inscribed it in their books. They did not doubt that the urn had been deposited there by an ancient king of the Messenians before the conquest of the country. As soon as they were in possession of the ritual, the foundation commenced. First, the priests offered a sacrifice. They invoked the ancient gods of the Messenians, the Dioscuri, the Jupiter of Ithome, and the ancient heroes, ancestors known and venerated. All these protectors of the country had apparently quitted it, according to the belief of the ancients, on the day when the enemy became masters of it. They were entreated to return. Formulas were pronounced, which, it was believed, would determine them to inhabit the new city in common with the citizens. This was the great object. To fix the residence of the gods with themselves was what these men had the most at heart, and we may be sure that the religious ceremony had no other aim. Just as the companions of Romulus dug a trench and thought to bury the manes of their ancestors there, so the contemporaries of Epaminondas called to themselves their heroes, their divine ancestors, and the gods of their country. They thought that by rites and formulas they could attach these sacred beings to the soil which they themselves were going to occupy, and could shut them up within the enclosure which themselves were about to trace. And they said to them, "Come with us, O divine kings, and dwell with us in this city." The first day was occupied with these sacrifices and these prayers. The next day the boundaries were traced, whilst the people sang religious hymns. We are surprised at first when we see in the ancient authors that there was no city, however ancient it might be, which did not pretend to know the name of its founder and the date of its foundation. This is because a city could not lose the recollection of the sacred ceremony which had marked its birth. For every year it celebrated the anniversary of this birthday with a sacrifice. Athens, as well as Rome, celebrated its birthday. It often happened that colonists or conquerors established themselves in a city already built. They had not to build houses, for nothing opposed their occupying those of the vanquished, but they had to perform the ceremony of foundation, that is, to establish their sacred fires and to fix their national gods in their new home. This explains the statements of Thucydides and Herodotus that the Dorians founded Lacedaemon and the Ionians Miletus, though these two tribes found Lacedaemon and Miletus built and already very ancient. These usages show clearly what a city was in the opinion of the ancients. Surrounded by a sacred enclosure and extending around an altar, it was the religious abode of gods and citizens. Livy said of Rome, "There is not a place in this city which is not impregnated with religion, and which is not occupied by some divinity. The gods inhabit it." What Livy said of Rome, any man might say of his own city, for if it had been founded according to the rites, it had received within its walls protecting gods, who were, as we may say, implanted in its soil, and could never quit it. Every city was a sanctuary. Every city might be called holy. As the gods were attached to a city forever, so the people could never again abandon a place where their gods were established. In this respect, there was a reciprocal engagement, a sort of contract between gods and men. At one time, the tribunes of the people proposed, as Rome, devastated by the Gauls, was no longer anything but a heap of ruins, and as, 5 leagues distant, there was a city all built, large, beautiful, well-situated, and without inhabitants, since the Romans had conquered it, that the people should abandon the ruins of Rome and remove to Veii. But the pious Camillus replied, "Our city was religiously founded. The gods themselves pointed out the place and took up their abode here with our fathers. Ruined as it is, it still remains the dwelling of our national gods." And the Romans remained at Rome. Something sacred and divine was naturally associated with these cities which the gods had founded, and which they continued to fill with their presence. We know that Roman traditions promised that Rome should be eternal. Every city had similar traditions. The ancients built all their cities to be eternal. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 5, Worship of the Founder, the Legend of Aeneas. The founder was the man who accomplished the religious act without which a city could not exist. He established the hearth where the sacred fire was eternally to burn. He it was who, by his prayers and his rites, called the gods and fixed them forever in the new city. We can understand how much respect would be felt for this holy man. During his life, men saw in him the author of a religion and the father of a city. After death, he became a common ancestor for all the generations that succeeded him. He was, for the city, what the first ancestor was for the family, a lar familiaris. His memory was perpetuated like the hearth fire which he had lighted. Men established a worship for him and believed him to be a god, and the city adored him as its providence. Sacrifices and festivals were renewed every year over his tomb. It is well known that Romulus was worshipped, and that he had a temple and priests. The senators might indeed take his life, but they could not deprive him of the worship to which he had a right as the founder of a city. In the same manner, every city worshipped the one who had founded it. Cecrops and Theseus, who were regarded as having been successive founders of Athens, had temples there. Abdera offered sacrifices to its founder, Timesius, Thera to Theras, Tenedos to Tenes, Delos to Aeneas, Cyrene to Batus, Miletus to Neleus, Amphipolis to Hagnon. In the time of Pisistratus, one Miltiades went to found a colony in the Thracian Chersonesus. This colony instituted a worship for him after his death, according to the ordinary usage. Hiero of Syracuse, having founded the town of Aetna, enjoyed there, in the course of time, the worship due to founders of cities. A city had nothing more at heart than the memory of its foundation. When Paunasius visited Greece in the 2nd century of our era, every city could tell him the name of its founder, with his genealogy and the principal facts of his life. This name and these facts could not escape the memory, for they were a part of the religion and were recalled every year in the sacred ceremonies. The memory of a great number of Greek poems has been preserved, whose subject was the foundation of a city. Philochorus sang that of Salamis, Ion that of Chios, Crito that of Syracuse, Zopyrus that of Miletus, and Apollonius, Hermogenes, Hellenicus, and Diocles composed poems or histories on the same subject. There was not perhaps a single city that had not its poem, or at least its hymn, on the sacred act that had given it birth. Among all these ancient poems which had the sacred foundation of a city for their theme, there is one that has not been allowed to perish, because its subject rendered it dear to a city, and its beauties have rendered it precious to all nations and all ages. We know that Aeneas founded Lavinium, whence sprang the Albans and the Romans, and that consequently he was regarded as the first founder of Rome. There had been clustered about him a multitude of traditions, which we find already recorded in the verses of old Naevius, and in the histories of Cato the Elder, when Virgil seized upon this subject and wrote the national poem of the Roman city. The arrival of Aeneas, or rather the removal of the gods of Troy into Italy, is the subject of the Aeneid. The poem sings of this man who traversed the seas to found a city and transport his gods to Latium, dum condueret urbum inferetque deos Latio, till he should found a city and introduce his gods into Latium. We must not judge the Aeneid after our modern ideas. Men often complain at not finding in Aeneas bravery, dash, passion. They tire of that epithet of pious which is continually repeated. They are astonished to see this warrior consulting his penates with a care so scrupulous, invoking some divinity at every new turn of affairs, raising his arms to heaven when he ought to be fighting, allowing himself to be tossed over all seas by the oracles, and shedding tears at the sight of danger. Nor do they fail to reproach him with coldness towards Dido, and they are tempted to say, with the unhappy queen, nullis ille movetur, fletibus aut voces ullas tractabilis audit. By no lamentations is he moved, nor does he listen to any words. But this is because there is no place here for a warrior or a hero of romance. The poet wishes to represent a priest. Aeneas is the chief of a worship, a holy man, the divine founder, whose mission is to save the penates of his city. Sum pius Aeneos raptos qui ex hoste penatis classe vehu mecum. I am pious Aeneas who carries with me my penates, snatched from the enemy. His dominant quality ought to be piety, and the epithet which the poet oftenest applies to him is that which becomes him best. His virtue ought to be a cold and lofty impersonality, making of him not a man, but an instrument of the gods. Why should we look for passion in him? He has no right to the passions, or at any rate, he should confine them to the depths of his heart. Multa gemens multoque animum labefactus amore, iusa tamen divium insequitur. Groaning much and wavering in mind on account of his great love, nevertheless he carries out the orders of the gods. Already in Homer, Aeneas was a holy personage, a high priest, whom the people venerated as a god, and whom Jupiter preferred to Hector. In Virgil, he is the guardian and savior of the Trojan gods. During the night that completed the ruin of the city, Hector appeared to him in a dream, and said to him, Troy confides its gods to thee, search out a new city for them. At the same time he committed to him the sacred things, the protecting statues, and the sacred fire that was never to be extinguished. This dream is not simply an ornament placed there by the fancy of the poet. It is, on the contrary, the foundation on which the entire poem rests, for it is through this that Aeneas becomes the depositary of the city gods, and that his holy mission is revealed to him. The herbs of the Trojans, the material part of Troy, has perished, but not the Trojan civitas. Thanks to Aeneas, the sacred fire is not extinguished, and the gods still have a worship. The city and the gods are with Aeneas. They cross the seas and seek a country where it is permitted them to stop. Consideri teucros erantesque deos agitataque numina Trojae. That the Trojans may settle, and their wandering gods, and the harassed divinities of Troy. Aeneas seeks a fixed home, small though it may be, for his paternal gods. Dis sedem exiguam patris, some humble dwelling for our fathers' gods. But the choice of this home, to which the destiny of the city shall be forever bound, does not depend upon men, it belongs to the gods. Aeneas consults the priest and interrogates the oracles. He does not himself determine his route or his object. He is directed by the divinity. Italiam non sponte sequor. Italy is my goal, but not of my free will. He would have stayed in Thrace, in Crete, in Sicily, at Carthage with Dido. Fata obstant. Between him and his desire of rest, between him and his love, there always comes the will of the gods, the revealed word, Phata. We must not deceive ourselves in this. The real hero of the poem is not Aeneas. The gods of Troy take the place of the hero, the same gods that one day are to be those of Rome. The subject of the Aeneid is the struggle of the Roman gods against a hostile divinity. Obstacles of every kind are placed in their way. Dante mollis erat Romanum condere gentem. Of so great a toil was it to found the Roman race. The tempest comes near engulfing them, the love of a woman almost enslaves them, but they triumph over everything and arrive at the object sought. Fata viam inveniunt, fate finds the way. Things like these would interest the Romans to a wonderful degree. In this poem they saw themselves, their founder, their city, their institutions, their religion, their empire. For without those gods, the Roman city would not have existed. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 6, The Gods of the City. We must not lose sight of the fact that, among the ancients, what formed the bond of every society was a worship. Just as a domestic altar held the members of the family grouped around it, so the city was the collective group of those who had the same protecting deities, and who performed the religious ceremony at the same altar. This city altar was enclosed within a building, which the Greeks called Prytaneum, and which the Romans called Temple of Vesta. There was nothing more sacred within the city than this altar on which the sacred fire was always maintained. This great veneration, it is true, became weakened in Greece at a very early date, because the Greek imagination allowed itself to be turned aside by more splendid temples, richer legends, and more beautiful statues. But it never became enfeebled at Rome. The Romans never abandoned the conviction that the destiny of the city was connected with this fire which represented their gods. The respect which they had for their vestals proves the importance of their priesthood. If a consul met one of them, he ordered his fasces to be lowered before her. On the other hand, if one of them allowed the fire to go out, or sullied the worship by failing in her duty of chastity, the city, which then believed itself threatened with the loss of its gods, took vengeance upon her by burying her alive. One day the Temple of Vesta came near being burned in a conflagration of the surrounding houses. Rome was in consternation, for it felt all its future to be in peril. When the danger had passed, the Senate instructed the consul to search out the authors of the fire, and the consul made accusations against several inhabitants of Capua, who happened at that time to be in Rome. This was not because he had any proof against them, but he reasoned in this manner. A conflagration has threatened the hearth of our city. This conflagration, which might have destroyed our grandeur and stopped our progress, could have been started only by the hands of our most cruel enemies. Now, we have no more determined enemies than the inhabitants of Capua, this city which is now the ally of Hannibal, and which aspires to take our place as the capital of Italy. These, therefore, are the men who have attempted to destroy our Temple of Vesta, our eternal fire, this gauge and guarantee of our future grandeur. Thus, a consul, under the influence of his religious ideas, believed that the enemies of Rome could find no surer means of conquering it than by destroying its sacred hearth. Here we see the belief of the ancients. The public fire was the sanctuary of the city, the cause of its being and its constant preserver. Just as the worship of the domestic hearth was secret, and the family alone had the right to take part in it, so the worship of the public fire was concealed from strangers. No one, unless he were a citizen, could take part at a sacrifice. Even the look of a stranger sullied the religious act. Every city had gods who belonged to it alone. These gods were generally of the same nature as those of the primitive religion of families. They were called lares, penates, genii, demons, heroes. Under all these names were human souls deified. For we have seen that, In the Indo-European race, man had at first worshipped the invisible and immortal power which he felt in himself. These genii, or heroes, were, more generally, the ancestors of the people. The bodies were buried either in the city itself or upon its territory. And as, according to the belief which we have already described, the soul did not quit the body, it followed that these divine dead were attached to the soil where their bodies were buried. From their graves they watched over the city, they protected the country, and were, in some sort, its chiefs and masters. This expression of chiefs of the country, applied to the dead, is found in an oracle addressed by the Pythia to Solon. Honor with a worship the chiefs of the country, the dead who live under the earth. These notions came from the very great power which the ancient generations attributed to the human soul after death. Every man who had rendered a great service to the city, from the one who had founded it to the one who had given it a victory, or had improved its laws, became a god for that city. It was not even necessary for one to have been a great man or a benefactor. It was enough to have struck the imagination of his contemporaries, and to have rendered himself the subject of a popular tradition, to become a hero. That is to say, one of the powerful dead, whose protection was to be desired, and whose anger was to be feared. The Thebans continued during 10 centuries to offer sacrifices to Eteocles and Polynices. The inhabitants of Acanthus worshipped a Persian who had died among them during the expedition of Xerxes. Hippolytus was venerated as a god at Troezene. Pyrrhus, the son of Achilles, was a god at Delphi only because he died and was buried there. Crotona worshipped a hero for the sole reason that during his life he had been the handsomest man in the city. Athens adored, as one of its protectors, Eurystheus, though he was an Argive. But Euripides explains the origin of this worship when he brings Eurystheus upon the stage, about to die, and makes him say to the Athenians, "Bury me in Attica. I will be propitious to you, and in the bosom of the ground I will be for your country a protecting guest." The entire tragedy of Oedipus Coloneus rests upon this belief. Athens and Thebes contend over the body of a man who is about to die, and who will become a god. It was a great piece of good fortune for a city to possess the bodies of men of some mark. Mantinea spoke with pride of the bones of Arcas, Thebes of those of Geryon, Messina of those of Aristomenes. To procure these precious relics, ruse was sometimes resorted to. Herodotus relates by what unfair means the Spartans carried off the bones of Orestes. These bones, it is true, to which the soul of a hero was attached, gave the Spartans a victory immediately. As soon as Athens had acquired power, the first use she made of it was to seize upon the bones of Theseus, who had been buried on the Isle of Skyros, and to build a temple for them in the city, in order to increase the number of her protecting deities. Besides these gods and heroes, men had gods of another species, like Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, towards whom the aspect of nature had directed their thoughts. But we have seen that these creations of human intelligence had for a long time the character of domestic or local divinities. At first men did not conceive of these gods as watching over the whole human race. They believed that each one of them belonged in particular to a family or a city. Thus it was customary for each city, without counting its heroes, to have a Jupiter, a Minerva, or some other divinity which it had associated with its first Penates and its sacred fire. Thus there were in Greece and in Italy a multitude of city-guarding divinities. Each city had its gods, who lived within its walls. The names of many of these divinities are forgotten. It is by chance that there have remained the names of the god Satrapes, who belonged to the city of Elis, of the goddess Dindymene of Thebes, and Soterea of Aegium, of Britomartis in Crete, of Hyblaea at Hybla. The names of Zeus, Athena, Hera, Jupiter, Minerva, and Neptune are better known to us, and we know that they were often applied to these city-guarding divinities. But because two cities happened to apply the same name to their god, we are not to conclude that they adored the same god. There was an Athena at Athens, and there was one at Sparta, but they were two goddesses. A great number of cities had a Jupiter as a city-protecting divinity. There were as many Jupiters as there were cities. In the legend of the Trojan War, we see a Pallas who fights for the Greeks, and there is among the Trojans another Pallas who receives their worship and protects her worshippers. Would anyone say that it was the same divinity who figured in both armies? Certainly not, for the ancients did not attribute the gift of ubiquity to their gods. The cities of Argos and Samos had each a Hera Polias, but it was not the same goddess, for she was represented in the two cities with very different attributes. There was at Rome a Juno. At a distance of 5 leagues, the city of Veii had another. So little were they the same divinity that we see the dictator Camillus, while besieging Veii, address himself to the Juno of the enemy to induce her to abandon the Etruscan city and pass into his camp. When he is master of the city, he takes the statue, well persuaded that he gains possession of the goddess at the same time, and devoutly transports it to Rome. From that time, Rome had 2 protecting Junos. There is a similar history a few years later of a Jupiter that another dictator took from Praeneste, though at that time Rome already had 3 or 4 of them at home. The city which possessed a divinity of its own did not wish strangers to be protected by it, or to adore it. More commonly, a temple was accessible only to citizens. The Argives alone had the right to enter the temple of Hera at Argos. To enter that of Athena at Athens, one had to be an Athenian. The Romans who adored 2 Junos at home could not enter the temple of a 3rd Juno, who was in the little city of Lanuvium. We should not lose sight of the fact that the ancients never represented God to themselves as a unique being exercising his action upon the universe. Each of their innumerable gods had his little domain. To one a family belonged, to another a tribe, to a third a city. Such was the world which sufficed for the providence of each of them. As to the god of the human race, a few philosophers had an idea of him. The mysteries of Eleusis might have afforded a glimpse of him to the most intelligent of the initiated. But the vulgar never believed in such a god. For ages man understood the divine being only as a force which protected him personally, and every man, or every group of men, desired to have a god. Even today, among the descendants of those Greeks, we see rude peasants pray to the saints with fervor, while it is doubtful if they have the idea of a god. Each one of them wishes to have, among these saints, a particular protector, a special providence. At Naples, each quarter of the city has its Madonna. The Lazzaroni kneel before that on their own street, while they insult that of the neighboring street. It is not rare to see 2 Facini wrangle and even fight with knives in defense of the merits of their respective Madonnas. These cases are exceptions today, and are found only among certain peoples and in certain classes. They were the rule among the ancients. Each city had its corps of priests, who depended upon no foreign authority. Between the priests of 2 cities there was no bond, no communication, no exchange of instruction or of rites. If one passed from one city to another, he found other gods, other dogmas, other ceremonies. The ancients had books of liturgies, but those of one city did not resemble those of another. Every city had its collection of prayers and practices, which were kept very secret. It would have thought itself in danger of compromising its religion and its destiny by opening this collection to strangers. Thus, religion was entirely local, entirely civic, taking this word in the ancient sense, that is to say, special to each city. Generally, a man knew only the gods of his own city, and honored and respected them alone. Each one could say what, in a tragedy of Aeschylus, a stranger said to the Argives, "I fear not the gods of your country, I owe them nothing." Every city looked to its gods for safety. Men invoked them in danger and thanked them in victory. Often, defeat was attributed to them, and they were reproached for having badly fulfilled their duty as defenders of the city. Men even went so far sometimes as to overturn their altars and stone their temples. Ordinarily, these gods took good care of the city whose worship they received, and this was quite natural. These gods were eager for offerings, and they received victims only from their own city. If they wished the continuation of the sacrifices and hecatombs, It was very necessary that they should watch over the city's safety. See in Virgil how Juno strove and labored that her Carthage might one day obtain the empire of the world. Each of these gods, like the Juno of Virgil, had the grandeur of his city at heart. These gods had the same interests as the citizens themselves, and in times of war marched to battle in the midst of them. In Euripides we see a personage who says, on the eve of battle, "The gods who fight with us are more powerful than those who are on the side of the enemy." The Aeginetans never commenced a campaign without carrying with them the statues of their national heroes, the Acidae. The Spartans in all their expeditions carried with them the Tindaridae. In the combat, the gods and the citizens mutually sustained each other, and if they conquered, it was because all had done their duty. If a city was conquered, the gods were supposed to have been vanquished with it. If a city was taken, its gods themselves were captives. On this last point, it is true, opinions were uncertain and diverse. Many were persuaded that a city never could be taken so long as its gods remained in it. When Aeneas sees the Greeks, masters of Troy, he cries that the gods have departed, deserting their temples and their altars. In Aeschylus, the chorus of Thebans expresses the same belief when, at the approach of the enemy, it implores the gods not to abandon the city. According to this opinion, in order to take a city, it was necessary to make the gods leave it. For this purpose, the Romans employed a certain formula which they had in their rituals, and which Macrobius has preserved. "O thou great one, who hast this city under thy protection, I pray thee, I adore thee, I ask of thee as a favor, to abandon this city and this people, to quit these temples, these sacred places, and having separated thyself from them, to come to Rome, to me and mine. May our city, our temples, and our sacred places be more agreeable and more dear to thee. Take us under thy protection. If thou doest this, I will found a temple in thine honor." Now the ancients were convinced that there were formulas so efficacious and powerful that, if one pronounced them exactly and without changing a single word, the god could not resist the request of men. The god thus called upon passed over therefore to the side of the enemy, and the city was taken. In Greece we find the same opinions and similar customs. Even in the time of Thucydides, when the Greeks besieged a city, they never failed to address an invocation to its gods that they might permit it to be taken. Often, instead of employing a formula to attract the god, the Greeks preferred to carry off its statue by stealth. Everybody knows the legend of Ulysses carrying off the palace of the Trojans. At another time, the Aeginetans, wishing to make war upon Epidaurus, commenced by carrying off 2 protecting statues of that city and transported them to their own city. Herodotus relates that the Athenians wished to make war upon the Aeginetans, but the enterprise was hazardous, for Aegina had a protecting hero of great power and of singular fidelity. This was Aeacus. The Athenians, after having studied the matter over, put off the execution of their design for 30 years. At the same time, they built in their own country a chapel to this same Aeacus, and devoted a worship to him. They were persuaded that if this worship was continued without interruption during 30 years, the god would belong no longer to the Aeginetans, but to themselves. Indeed, it seemed to them that a god could not accept fat victims for so long a time without placing himself under obligations to those who had offered them. Aeacus, therefore, would in the end be forced to abandon the interests of the Aeginetans and to give the victory to the Athenians. Here is another case from Plutarch. Solon desired that Athens might become mistress of the little isle of Salamis, which then belonged to the Megarians. He consulted the oracle. The oracle answered, "If you wish to conquer the isle, you must first gain the favor of the heroes who protect it and who inhabit it." Solon obeyed. In the name of Athens, he offered sacrifices to the 2 principal heroes of Salamis. These heroes did not resist the gifts that were offered them, but went over to the Athenian side, and the isle, deprived of protectors, was conquered. In time of war, if the besiegers sought to gain possession of the divinities of the city, the besieged, on their part, did their best to retain them. Sometimes they bound the god with chains to prevent him from deserting. At other times, they concealed him from all eyes that the enemy might not find him. Or, still again, they opposed to the formula by which the enemy attempted to bribe the god another formula which had the power to retain him. The Romans had imagined a means which seemed to them to be surer. They kept secret the name of the principal and the most powerful of their protecting gods. They thought that, as the enemy could never call this god by his name, he would never abandon their side, and that their city would never be taken. We see by this what a singular idea the ancients had of the gods. It was a long time before they conceived the divinity as a supreme power. Every family had its domestic religion, every city had its national religion. A city was like a little church, all complete, which had its gods, its dogmas, and its worship. These beliefs appear very crude to us, but they were those of the most intellectual people of ancient times, and have exercised upon this people and upon the Romans so important an influence that the greater part of their laws, of their institutions, and of their history is from this source. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 7, The Religion of the City. 1. The Public Repasts. We have already seen that the principal ceremony of the domestic worship was a repast, which they called a sacrifice. To eat food prepared upon an altar was, to all appearance, the first form which men gave to the religious act. The need of putting themselves in communion with the divinity was satisfied by this repast, to which they invited him, and of which they gave him his part. The principal ceremony of the city worship was also a repast of this nature. It was partaken of in common by all the citizens in honor of the protecting divinities. The celebrating of these public repasts was universal in Greece, and men believed that the safety of the city depended upon their accomplishment. The Odyssey gives us a description of one of these sacred feasts. 9 long tables are spread for the people of Pylos, and at each one of them 500 citizens are seated, and each group has immolated 9 bulls in honor of the gods. This repast, which was called the Feast of the Gods, begins and ends with libations and prayers. The ancient custom of repasts in common is also mentioned in the oldest Athenian traditions. It is related that Orestes, the murderer of his mother, arrived at Athens at the very moment when the city, assembled about its king, was performing the sacred act. The public meals of Sparta are well known, but the idea which men ordinarily entertain of them is very far from the truth. They imagine the Spartans living and eating always in common, as if private life had not been known among them. We know, on the contrary, from ancient authors, that the Spartans often took their meals in their own houses, in the midst of their families. The public meals took place twice a month, without reckoning holidays. These were religious acts of the same nature as those which were practiced at Athens, in Argos, and throughout Greece. Besides these immense banquets, where all the citizens were assembled, and which could take place only on solemn festivals, religion prescribed that every day there should be a sacred meal. For this purpose, men chosen by the city were required to eat together, in its name, within the enclosure of the Prytaneum, in the presence of the sacred fire and the protecting gods. The Greeks were convinced that if this repast was interrupted for but a single day, the state was menaced with the loss of the favor of its gods. At Athens, the men who took part in the common meal were selected by lot, and the law severely punished those who refused to perform this duty. The citizens who sat at the sacred table were clothed, for the time, with a sacerdotal character. They were called parasites. This word, which at a later period became a term of contempt, was in the beginning a sacred title. In the time of Demosthenes, the parasites had disappeared, but the prytanes were still required to eat together in the Prytaneum. In all the cities there were halls destined for common meals. If we observe how matters passed at this meal, we shall easily recognize the religious ceremony. Every guest had a crown upon his head. It was a custom of the ancients to wear a crown of leaves or flowers when one performed a solemn religious act. The more one is adorned with flowers, they said, the surer one is of pleasing the gods, but if you sacrifice without wearing a crown, they will turn from you. A crown, they also said, is a herald of good omen, which prayer sends before it towards the gods. For the same reason, the banqueters were clothed in robes of white. White was the sacred color among the ancients, that which pleased the gods. The meal invariably commenced with a prayer and libations, and hymns were sung. The nature of the dishes and the kind of wine that was to be served were regulated by the rules of each city. To deviate in the least from the usage followed in primitive times, to present a new dish or alter the rhythm of the sacred hymns was a grave impiety, for which the whole city was responsible to the gods. Religion even went so far as to fix the nature of the vessels that ought to be employed, both for the cooking of the food and for the service of the table. In one city the bread must be served in copper baskets, in another earthen dishes had to be employed. Even the form of the loaves was immutably fixed. These rules of the old religion continued to be observed, and the sacred meals always preserved their primitive simplicity. Creeds, manners, social condition all changed, but these meals remained unchangeable, for the Greeks were very scrupulous observers of their national religion. It is but just to add that when the guests had satisfied the requirements of religion by eating the prescribed food, they might immediately afterwards commence another meal, more expensive and better suited to their taste. This was quite a common practice at Sparta. The custom of religious meals was common in Italy as well as in Greece. It existed anciently, Aristotle tells us, among the peoples known as Onotrians, Oscans, and Ausonians. Virgil has mentioned it twice in the Aeneid. Old Latinus receives the envoys of Aeneas not in his home, but in the temple, consecrated by the religion of his ancestors. There took place the sacred feasts after the immolation of the victims. There all the family chiefs sat together at long tables. Farther along, when Aeneas arrives at the home of Evander, he finds him celebrating a sacrifice. The king is in the midst of his people. All are crowned with flowers. All, seated at the same table, sing a hymn in praise of the god of the city. This custom was perpetuated at Rome. There was always a hall where the representatives of the Curies ate together. The Senate, on certain days, held a sacred repast in the Capitol. At the solemn festivals, tables were spread in the streets, and the whole people ate at them. Originally, the pontiffs presided at these repasts. Later, this care was delegated to special priests, who were called epulones. These old customs give us an idea of the close tie which united the members of a city. Human association was a religion. Its symbol was a meal, of which they partook together. We must picture to ourselves one of these little primitive societies, all assembled, or the heads of families at least, at the same table, each clothed in white with a crown upon his head. All make the libation together, recite the same prayer, sing the same hymns, and eat the same food prepared upon the same altar. In their midst their ancestors are present, and the protecting gods share the meal. Neither interest, nor agreement, nor habit creates the social bond. It is this holy communion, piously accomplished in the presence of the gods of the city. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 7, The Religion of the City. 2. The Festivals and the Calendar. In all ages and in all societies, man has desired to honor his gods by festivals. He has established that there should be days during which the religious sentiment should reign in his soul, without being distracted by terrestrial thoughts and labors. In the number of days that he has to live, he has devoted a part to the gods. Every city had been founded with rites which, in the thoughts of the ancients, had had the effect of establishing the national gods within its walls. It was necessary that the virtue of these rites should be rejuvenated each year by a new religious ceremony. This festival they called the birthday, and all the citizens were required to celebrate it. Whatever was sacred gave occasion for a festival. There was the festival of the city enclosure, Amberbalia, and that of the territorial limits, Ambarvalia. On those days, the citizens formed a grand procession, clad in white and crowned with leaves. They made the circuit of the city or territory, chanting prayers. At the head walked priests, leading victims, which they sacrificed at the close of the ceremony. Afterwards came the festival of the founder. Then each of the heroes of the city, each of those souls that men invoked as protectors, claimed a worship. Romulus had his, and Servius Tullius, and many others, even to the nurse of Romulus and Evander's mother. In the same way, Athens had the festival of Cecrops, that of Erechtheus, that of Theseus, and it celebrated each of the heroes of the country, the guardian of Theseus, and Eurystheus, and Androgeus, and a multitude of others. There were also the rural festivals, those for plowing, seed time, and the time for flowering, and that for the vintage. In Greece, as in Italy, every act of the husbandman's life was accompanied with sacrifices, and men performed their work, reciting sacred hymns. At Rome, the priests fixed, every year, the day on which the vintage was to commence, and the day on which the new wine might be drunk. Everything was regulated by religion. A religious ordinance required the vines to be pruned, for it told man that it would be impious to offer a libation with the wine of an unpruned vine. Every city had a festival for each of the divinities which it had adopted as a protector, and it often counted many of them. When the worship of a new divinity was introduced into the city, it was necessary to find a new day in the year to consecrate to him. What characterized the religious festivals was the interdiction of labor, the obligation to be joyous, the songs, the public games. The Athenian religion added, "Take care to do each other no wrong on those days." The calendar was nothing more than the order of the religious festivals. It was regulated, therefore, by the priests. At Rome, it was long before the calendar was reduced to writing. The first day of the month, the pontiff, after having offered a sacrifice, convoked the people, and named the festivals that would take place in the course of the month. This convocation was called the Calatio, whence came the name of Calends, which was given to this day. The calendar was regulated neither on the course of the moon nor on the apparent course of the sun. It was governed solely by the laws of religion, mysterious laws which the priests alone knew. Sometimes religion required that the year should be shortened, and at other times that it should be lengthened. We can form an idea of primitive calendars if we recollect that among the Albans the month of May had 12 days, and that March had 36. We can see that the calendar of one city would in no wise resemble that of another, since the religion was not the same in both, and the festivals, as well as the gods, were different. The year had not the same length from one city to another. The months did not bear the same names. At Athens they had quite other names than at Thebes, and at Rome they had not the same names as at Lavinium. This was due to the fact that the name of each month was derived, ordinarily, from the principal festival it contained, and the festivals were not the same. Different cities had no understanding to commence the year at the same time, or to count the series of their years from the same date. In Greece, the Olympic festival afforded, in the course of time, a common date, but this did not prevent each city from having its own particular style of reckoning. In Italy, every city counted its years from the day of its foundation. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 7, The Religion of the City. 3. The Census. Among the most important ceremonies of the city religion, there was one known as the Purification. It took place at Athens every year. At Rome, it occurred once in 5 years. The rites which were then observed, and the very name which it bore, indicate that the object of this ceremony was to efface the faults committed by the citizens against the worship. Indeed, this religion, with its complicated forms, was a source of terror for the ancients. As faith and purity of intention went for very little, and the religion consisted entirely in the minute practice of innumerable rules, they were always in fear of having been guilty of some negligence, some omission, or some error, and were never sure of being free from the anger or malice of some god. An expiatory sacrifice was necessary, therefore, to reassure the heart of man. The magistrate whose duty it was to offer it, at Rome it was the censor, before the censor it was the consul, and before the consul the king, commenced by assuring himself by the aid of the auspices that the gods accepted the ceremony. He then convoked the people by means of a herald, who, for this purpose, made use of a certain sacramental formula. All the citizens on the appointed day collected outside the walls. There, all being silent, the magistrate walked 3 times around the assembly, driving before him 3 victims, a sheep, a hog, and a bull. These 3 animals together constituted, among the Greeks, as among the Romans, an expiatory sacrifice. Priests and victims followed the procession. When the 3rd circuit was completed, the magistrate pronounced a set form of prayer and immolated the victims. From this moment every stain was effaced, all negligence in the worship repaired, and the city was at peace with its gods. 2 things were necessary for an act of this nature, and of so great importance. One was that no stranger should be found among the citizens, as this would have destroyed the effect of the ceremony. The other was that all the citizens should be present, without which the city would have retained some stain. It was necessary, therefore, that this religious ceremony should be preceded by a numbering of the citizens. At Rome and at Athens, they were counted with scrupulous care. It is probable that the number was pronounced by the magistrate in the formula of prayer, as it was afterwards inserted into the account of the ceremony which the censor drew up. The loss of citizenship was the punishment of the man who failed to have his name enrolled. This severity is easily explained. The man who had not taken part in the religious act, who had not been purified, for whom the prayer had not been pronounced or the victim sacrificed, could no longer be a member of the city. In the sight of the gods who had been present at the ceremony, he was no longer a citizen. We are enabled to judge of the importance of this ceremony by the exorbitant power of the magistrate who presided at it. The censor, before commencing the sacrifice, ranged the people in a certain order, the senators, the knights, and the tribes, each rank in its appropriate place. Absolute master on that day, he fixed the place of each man in the different categories. Then, all having been arranged according to his directions, he performed the sacred act. Now, a result of this was that from that day to the following lustration, every man preserved in the city the rank which the censor had assigned him in the ceremony. He was a senator if on that day he had been counted among the senators, a knight if he had figured among the knights. If a simple citizen, he formed a part of the tribe in the ranks of which he had been on that day. And if the magistrate had refused to admit him into the ceremony, he was no longer a citizen. Thus the place which one had occupied in the religious act, and where the gods had seen him, was the one he held in the city for 5 years. Such was the origin of the immense power of the censor. In this ceremony none but citizens took part, but their wives, their children, their slaves, their property, real and personal, were in a manner purified in the person of the head of the family. It was for this reason that, before the sacrifice, each citizen was required to give to the censor an account of the persons and property belonging to him. The lustration was accomplished in Augustus's time with the same exactitude and the same rites as in the most ancient times. The pontiffs still regarded it as a religious act, while statesmen saw in it an excellent measure of administration, at least. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 7, The Religion of the City. 4. Religion in the assembly, in the senate, in the tribunal, in the army, in the triumph. There was not a single act of public life in which the gods were not seen to take a part. As he was under the influence of the idea that they were by turns excellent protectors or cruel enemies, man never dared to act without being sure that they were favorable. The people assembled only on such days as religion permitted. They remembered that the city had suffered a disaster on a certain day. This was doubtless because on that day the gods had been either absent or irritated. They would probably be in the same mood at the same season every year, for reasons unknown to mortals. This day, therefore, was forever unlucky. There were no assemblies, no courts. Public life was suspended. At Rome, before an assembly proceeded to business, the augurs were required to declare that the gods were propitious. The assembly commenced with a prayer, which the augur pronounced, and which the consul repeated after him. There was the same custom among the Athenians. The assembly always commenced by a religious act. Priests offered a sacrifice. A large circle was then traced by pouring lustral water upon the ground, and within this sacred circle the citizens assembled. Before any orator began to speak, a prayer was pronounced before the silent people. The auspices were also consulted, and if any unfavorable sign appeared in the heavens, the assembly broke up at once. The tribune, or speaker's stand, was a sacred place, and the orator never ascended it without a crown upon his head. The place of assembly of the Roman Senate was always a temple. If a session had been held elsewhere than in the sacred place, its acts would have been null and void, for the gods would not have been present. Before every deliberation, the president offered a sacrifice and pronounced a prayer. In the hall there was an altar, where every senator on entering offered a libation, at the same time invoking the gods. The Athenian Senate was little different. The hall also contained an altar and a sacred fire. A religious ceremony was observed at the opening of each session. Every senator on entering approached the altar and pronounced a prayer. While the session lasted, every senator wore a crown upon his head, as in religious ceremonies. At Rome, as well as at Athens, courts of justice were open in the city only on such days as religion pronounced favorable. At Athens, the session of the court was held near an altar, and commenced with a sacrifice. In Homer's time, the judges assembled in a holy circle. Festus says that in the rituals of the Etruscans were directions as to the founding of a city, the consecration of a temple, the arrangement of curies and tribes in a public assembly, and the ranging of an army in order of battle. All these things were marked in the ritual, because all these things were connected with religion. In war, religion was as influential, at least, as in peace. In the Italian cities, there were colleges of priests, called fetiales, who presided, like the heralds among the Greeks, at all the sacred ceremonies to which international relations gave rise. A fetialis, veiled, and with a crown upon his head, declared war by pronouncing a sacramental formula. At the same time, the consul, in priestly robes, offered a sacrifice, and solemnly opened the temple of the most venerated and most ancient divinity of Italy. Before setting out on an expedition, the army being assembled, the general repeated prayers and offered a sacrifice. The custom was the same at Athens and at Sparta. During a campaign, the army presented the image of the city. Its religion followed it. The Greeks took with them the statues of their divinities. Every Greek or Roman army carried with it a hearth, on which the sacred fire was kept up night and day. A Roman army was accompanied by augurs and pularii, feeders of the sacred chickens. Every Greek army had a diviner. Let us examine a Roman army at a moment when it is preparing for battle. The consul orders a victim to be brought, and strikes it with the axe. It falls. Its entrails will indicate the will of the gods. The auruspex examines them, and if the signs are favorable, the consul gives the signal for battle. The most skillful dispositions, the most favorable circumstances, are of no account if the gods do not permit the battle. The fundamental principle of the military art among the Romans was to be able to put off a battle when the gods were opposed to it. It was for this reason that they made a sort of citadel of their camp every day. Let us now examine a Greek army, and we will take for example the Battle of Plataea. The Spartans are drawn up in line. Each one has his post for battle. They all have crowns upon their heads, and the flute players sound the religious hymns. The king, a little in the rear of the ranks, slaughters the victims, but the entrails do not give the favorable signs, and the sacrifice must be repeated. 2, 3, 4 victims are successively immolated. During this time, the Persian cavalry approach, shoot their arrows, and kill quite a number of Spartans. The Spartans remain immovable, their shields placed at their feet, without even putting themselves on their defensive against the arrows of the enemy. They await the signal of the gods. At last, the victims offer the favorable signs. Then the Spartans raise their shields, seize their swords, and move on to battle, and are victorious. After every victory they offer a sacrifice, and this is the origin of the triumph, which is so well known among the Romans, and which was not less common among the Greeks. This custom was a consequence of the opinion which attributed the victory to the gods of the city. Before the battle, the army had addressed a prayer to them, like the one we read in Aeschylus. "To you, O gods, who inhabit and possess our land, if our arms are fortunate and if our city is saved, I promise to sprinkle your altars with the blood of sheep, to sacrifice bulls to you, and to hang up in your holy temples the trophies conquered by the spear." By virtue of this promise, the victor owed a sacrifice. The army entered the city to offer it, and repaired to the temple, forming a long procession and singing a sacred hymn, Triambos. At Rome, the ceremony was very nearly the same. The army marched in procession to the principal temple of the city. The priests walked at the head of the cortege, leading victims. On reaching the temple, the general sacrificed the victims to the gods. On their way, the soldiers all wore crowns, as was becoming in a sacred ceremony, and sang a hymn, as in Greece. There came a time indeed when the soldiers did not scruple to replace the hymn, which they did not understand, by barrack songs and raillery at their general. But they still preserved the custom of repeating the refrain, Io triumphe. Indeed, it was this refrain which gave the name to the ceremony. Thus, in time of peace, as in wartime, religion intervened in all acts. It was everywhere present. It enveloped man. The soul, the body, private life, public life, meals, festivals, assemblies, tribunals, battles, all were under the empire of this city religion. It regulated all the acts of man, disposed of every instant of his life, fixed all his habits. It governed a human being with an authority so absolute that there was nothing beyond its control. One would have a very false idea of human nature to believe that this ancient religion was an imposture, and, so to speak, a comedy. Montesquieu pretends that the Romans adopted a worship only to restrain the people. A religion never had such an origin, and every religion that has come to sustain itself only from motives of public utility has not stood long. Montesquieu has also said that the Romans subjected religion to the state. The contrary is true. It is impossible to read many pages of Livy without being convinced of this. Neither the Romans nor the Greeks knew anything of those sad conflicts between church and state which have been so common in other societies. But this is due solely to the fact that at Rome as well as at Sparta and Athens, the state was enslaved by its religion, or rather, the state and religion were so completely confounded that it was impossible even to distinguish the one from the other, to say nothing of forming an idea of a conflict between the two. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 8, The Rituals and the Annals. The character and the virtue of the religion of the ancients was not to elevate human intelligence to the conception of the absolute, to open to the eager mind a brilliant road, at the end of which it could gain a glimpse of God. This religion was a badly connected assemblage of small creeds, of minute practices, of petty observances. It was not necessary to seek the meaning of them. There was no need of reflecting or of giving a reason for them. The word religion did not signify what it signifies for us. By this word, we understand a body of dogmas, a doctrine concerning God, a symbol of faith concerning what is in and around us. This same word among the ancients signified rites, ceremonies, acts of exterior worship. The doctrine was of small account. The practices were the important part. These were obligatory and bound man, ligare, religio. Religion was a material bond, a chain which held man a slave. Man had originated it, and he was governed by it. He stood in fear of it, and dared not reason upon it, or discuss it, or examine it. Gods, heroes, dead men claimed a material worship from him, and he paid them the debt to keep them friendly, and still more, not to make enemies of them. Man counted little upon their friendship. They were envious, irritable gods, without attachment or friendship for man, and willingly at war with him. Neither did the gods love man, nor did man love his gods. He believed in their existence, but would have wished that they did not exist. He feared even his domestic and national gods, and was continually in fear of being betrayed by them. His great inquietude was lest he might incur their displeasure. He was occupied all his life in appeasing them. Paces deorum quaerere, says the poet. But how satisfy them? Above all, how could one be sure that he had satisfied them, and that they were on his side? Men believed that the employment of certain formulas answered this purpose. A certain prayer composed of certain words had been followed by the success that was asked for. This was without doubt because it had been heard by the god, and had exercised an influence upon him, that it had been potent, more potent than the god, since he had not been able to resist it. They therefore preserved the mysterious and sacred words of this prayer. After the Father, the Son repeated it. As soon as writing was in use, it was committed to writing. Every family, every religious family at least, had a book in which were written the prayers of which the ancestors had made use, and with which the gods had complied. It was an arm which man employed against the inconstancy of the gods. But not a word or syllable must be changed, and least of all the rhythm in which it had been chanted. For then the prayer would have lost its force, and the gods would have remained free. But the formula was not enough. There were exterior acts whose details were minute and unchangeable. The slightest gesture of the one who performed the sacrifice, and the smallest parts of his costume were governed by strict rules. In addressing one god, it was necessary to have the head veiled. In addressing another, the head was uncovered. For the third, the skirt of the toga was thrown over the shoulder. In certain acts, the feet had to be naked. There were certain prayers which were without effect unless the man, after pronouncing them, pirouetted on one foot from left to right. The nature of the victim, the color of the hair, the manner of slaying it, even the shape of the knife, and the kind of wood employed to roast the flesh, all was fixed for every god by the religion of each family, or of each city. In vain the most fervent heart offered to the gods the fattest victims. If one of the innumerable rites of the sacrifice was neglected, the sacrifice was without effect. The least failure made the sacred act an act of impiety. The slightest alteration disturbed and confused the religion of a country, and changed the protecting gods into so many cruel enemies. It was for this reason that Athens was so severe against the priest who made some change in the ancient rites. It was for the same reason that the Roman Senate degraded its consuls and its dictators who had committed any error in a sacrifice. All these formulas and practices had been handed down by ancestors who had proved their efficacy. There was no occasion for innovation. It was a duty to rest upon what the ancestors had done, and the highest piety consisted in imitating them. It mattered little that a belief changed. It might be freely modified from age to age, and take 1,000 diverse forms, in accordance with the reflection of sages, or with the popular imagination. But it was of the greatest importance that the formulas should not fall into oblivion, and that the rites should not be modified. Every city, therefore, had a book in which these were preserved. The use of sacred books was universal among the Greeks, the Romans, and the Etruscans. Sometimes the ritual was written on tablets of wood, sometimes on cloth. Athens engraved its rites upon tablets of copper, that they might be imperishable. Rome had its books of the pontiffs, its books of the augurs, its book of ceremonies, and its collection of indigitamenta. There was not a city which had not also its collection of ancient hymns in honor of its gods. In vain did language change with manners and beliefs. The words and the rhythm remained unchangeable, and on the festivals men continued to sing these hymns after they no longer understood them. These books and songs written by the priests were preserved by them with the greatest care. They were never revealed to strangers. To reveal a rite or a formula would have been to betray the religion of the city, and to deliver its gods to the enemy. For greater precaution they were concealed from the citizens themselves, and the priests alone were allowed to know them. In the minds of the people, all that was ancient was venerable and sacred. When a Roman wished to say that anything was dear to him, he said, "That is ancient for me." The Greeks had the same expression. The cities clung strongly to their past because they found in the past all the motives as well as all the rules of their religion. They had need to look back, for it was upon recollections and traditions that their entire worship rested. Thus, history had for the ancients a greater importance than it has for us. It existed a long time before Herodotus and Thucydides, written or unwritten. As simple oral traditions or in books, it was contemporary with the birth of cities. There was no city, however small and obscure it might be, that did not pay the greatest attention to preserving an account of what had passed within it. This was not vanity, but religion. A city did not believe it had the right to allow anything to be forgotten, for everything in its history was connected with its worship. History commenced indeed with the act of foundation, and recorded the sacred name of the founder. It was continued with the legend of the gods of the city, its protecting heroes. It taught the date, the origin, and the reason of every worship, and explained its obscure rites. The prodigies which the gods of the country had performed, and by which they had manifested their power, their goodness, or their anger, were recorded there. There were described the ceremonies by which the priests had skillfully turned a bad presage, or had appeased the anger of the gods. There were recorded the epidemics which had afflicted the city, on what day a temple had been consecrated, and for what reason a sacrifice had been established. There were recorded all the events which related to religion, the victories that proved the assistance of the gods, and in which these gods had often been seen fighting, the defeats which indicated their anger, and for which it had been necessary to institute an expiatory sacrifice. All this was written for the instruction and the piety of the descendants. All this history was a material proof of the existence of the national gods, for the events which it contained were the visible form under which these gods had revealed themselves from age to age. Even among these facts there were many that gave rise to festivals and annual sacrifices. The history of the city told the citizen what he must believe and what he must adore. Then, too, this history was written by the priests. Rome had its Annals of the Pontiffs. The Sabine priests, the Samnite priests, and the Etruscan priests had similar ones. Among the Greeks there has been preserved to us the recollections of the books or secret annals of Athens, Sparta, Delphi, Naxos, and Tarentum. When Pausanias traveled in Greece in the time of Hadrian, the priests of every city related to him the old local histories. They did not invent them, but had learned them in their annals. This sort of history was entirely local. It commenced at the foundation because what had happened before this date was of no interest to the city, and this explains why the ancients have so completely ignored their earliest history. Their records related only to affairs in which the city had been engaged, and gave no heed to the rest of the world. Every city had its special history, as it had its religion and its calendar. We can easily believe that these city annals were exceedingly dry and very whimsical, both in substance and in form. They were not a work of art, but a religious work. Later came the writers, the narrators, like Herodotus, the thinkers, like Thucydides. History then left the hands of the priests and became something quite different. Unfortunately, these beautiful and brilliant writings still leave us to regret the early annals of the cities, and all that they would have taught us of the beliefs and the inner life of the ancients. But these books, which appear to have been kept secret, which never left the sanctuaries, which were never copied, and which the priests alone read, have all perished, and only a faded recollection of them has remained. This trace, it is true, has a great value for us. Without it, we should perhaps have a right to reject all that Greece and Rome relate to us of their antiquities, all those accounts that appear to us so improbable, because they differ so much from our habits and our manner of thinking and acting, might pass for the product of men's imaginations. But this trace of the old Annals that has remained shows us the pious respect which the ancients had for their history. Every city had archives in which the facts were religiously preserved as fast as they took place. In these sacred books, every page was contemporary with the event which it recorded. It was materially impossible to alter these documents, for the priests had the care of them, and it was greatly to the interest of religion that they should remain unalterable. It was not even easy for the pontiff, as he wrote the lines, skillfully to insert statements contrary to the truth, for he believed that all events came from the gods, that he revealed their will, and that he was giving future generations subjects for pious souvenirs and even for sacred acts. Every event that took place in the city commenced at once to form a part of the religion of the future. With such beliefs, we can easily understand that there would be much involuntary error, a result of credulity or of a love of the marvelous and of faith in the national gods. But voluntary falsehood is not to be thought of, for that would have been impious. It would have violated the sanctity of the Annals and corrupted the religion. We can believe, therefore, that in these books, if all was not true, there was nothing at least that the priests did not believe. Now, for the historian who seeks to pierce the obscurity of those early times, it is a great source of confidence to know that, if he has to deal with errors, he has not to deal with imposture. These errors even, having still the advantage of being contemporary with those ancient ages that he is studying, may reveal to him, if not the details of events, at least the sincere convictions of men. These annals, it is true, were kept secret. Neither Herodotus nor Livy read them. But several passages of ancient authors prove that some parts became public, and that fragments of them came to the knowledge of historians. There were, moreover, besides the annals, these written and authentic documents, oral traditions, which were perpetuated among the people of a city, not vague and indifferent traditions like ours, but traditions dear to the cities, such as did not vary to please the imagination, such as men were not at liberty to modify, for they formed a part of the worship, and were composed of narrations and songs that were repeated from year to year in the religious festivals. These sacred and unchangeable hymns fixed the memory of events, and perpetually revived the traditions. Doubtless we should be wrong in believing that these traditions had the exactitude of the Annals. The desire to praise the gods might be stronger than the love of truth. Still, they must have been at least a reflection of the Annals, and must generally have been in accord with them, for the priests who drew up and who read the Annals were the same who presided at the festivals where these old lays were sung. There came a time, too, when these Annals were divulged. Rome finally published hers. Those of other Italian cities were known. The priests of Greek cities no longer made any scruple of relating what theirs contained. Men studied and compiled from these authentic monuments. There was formed a school of learned men, from Varro and various Flaccus to Aulus Gellius and Macrobius. Light was thrown upon all ancient history. Some errors were corrected which had found their way into the traditions, and which the historians of the preceding period had repeated. Men learned, for example, that Porsena had taken Rome, and that gold had been paid to the Gauls. The age of historical criticism had begun, but it is worthy of remark that this criticism, which went back to the sources and studied the Annals, found nothing there that authorized it to reject the historic whole which writers like Herodotus and Livy had constructed. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 9, Government of the City, the King. 1. Religious Authority of the King. We should not picture to ourselves a city at its foundation deliberating on the form of government that it will adopt, devising and discussing its laws, and preparing its institutions. It was not thus that laws were made, and that governments were established. The political institutions of the city were born with the city itself, and on the same day with it. Every member of the city carried them within himself, for the germ of them was in each man's belief and religion. Religion prescribed that the hearth should always have a supreme priest. It did not permit the sacerdotal authority to be divided. The domestic hearth had a high priest who was the father of the family, The hearth of the Cury had its curio, or phratriarch. Every tribe, in the similar manner, had its religious chief, whom the Athenians called the king of the tribe. It was also necessary that the city religion should have its supreme priest. This priest of the public hearth bore the name of king. Sometimes they gave him other titles. As he was especially the priest of the Prytaneum, the Greeks preferred to call him the Prytane. Sometimes also they called him the Archon. Under these different names of king, Prytane, and Archon, we are to see a personage who is, above all, the chief of the worship. He keeps up the fire, offers the sacrifice, pronounces the prayer, and presides at the religious repasts. It may be worthwhile to offer proof that the ancient kings of Greece and Italy were priests. In Aristotle we read, "The care of the public sacrifices of the city belongs, according to religious custom, not to special priests, but to those men who derive their dignity from the hearth, and who in one place are called kings, in another prytanes, and in a third archons." Thus writes Aristotle, the man who best understood the constitution of the Greek cities. This passage, so precise, shows, in the first place, that the three words, king, prytane, and archon, were a long time synonymous. So true is this that an ancient historian, Charon of Lampsacus, writing a book about the kings of Lacedaemon, entitled it Archons and Prytanes of the Lacedaemonians. It shows also that the personage to whom was applied indifferently one of these three names, perhaps all of them at the same time, was the priest of the city, and that the worship of the public hearth was the source of his dignity and power. This sacerdotal character of primitive royalty is clearly indicated by the ancient writers. In Aeschylus, the daughters of Danaus address the king of Argos in these terms: "Thou art the supreme prytane and watchest over the hearth of this country." In Euripides, Orestes, the murderer of his mother, says to Menelaus, "It is just that I, the son of Agamemnon, should reign at Argos." And Menelaus replies, "Art thou then fit, thou, a murderer, to touch the vessels of lustral water for the sacrifices? Art thou fit to slay the victims?" The principal office of a king was, therefore, to perform religious ceremonies. An ancient king of Sicyon was deposed because, having soiled his hands by a murder, he was no longer in a condition to offer the sacrifices. Being no longer fit for a priest, he could no longer be king. Homer and Virgil represent the kings as continually occupied with sacred ceremonies. We know from Demosthenes that the ancient kings of Attica performed themselves all the sacrifices that were prescribed by the religion of the city, and from Xenophon that the kings of Sparta were the chiefs of the Lacedaemonian religion. The Etruscan Lucumones were, at the same time, magistrates, military chiefs, and pontiffs. The case was not at all different with the Roman kings. Tradition always represents them as priests. The first was Romulus, who was acquainted with the science of augury, and who founded the city in accordance with religious rites. The second was Numa. He fulfilled, Livy tells us, the greater part of the priestly functions, but he foresaw that his successors, often having wars to maintain, would not always be able to take care of the sacrifices, and instituted the flamens to replace the kings when the latter were absent from Rome. Thus the Roman priesthood was only an emanation from the primitive royalty. These king-priests were inaugurated with a religious ceremonial. The new king, being conducted to the summit of the Capitoline Hill, was seated upon a stone seat, his face turned toward the south. On his left was seated an augur, his head covered with the sacred fillets, and holding in his hand the augur's staff. He marked off certain lines in the heavens, pronounced a prayer, and placing his hand upon the king's head, supplicated the gods to show, by a visible sign, that this chief was agreeable to them. Then, as soon as a flash of lightning or a flight of birds had manifested the will of the gods, the new king took possession of his charge. Livy describes this ceremony for the installation of Numa. Dionysius assures us that it took place for all the kings, and after the kings, for the consuls. He adds that it was still performed in his time. There was a reason for such a custom. As the king was to be supreme chief of the religion, and the safety of the city was to depend upon his prayers and sacrifices, it was important to make sure in the first place that this king was accepted by the gods. The ancients have left us no account of the manner in which the Spartan kings were elected, but we may be certain that the will of the gods was consulted in the election. We can even see from old customs which survived to the end of the history of Sparta that the ceremony by which the gods were consulted was renewed every 9 years. So fearful were they that the king might lose the favor of the divinity. Every 9 years, says Plutarch, the ephors chose a very clear night, but without a moon, and sat in silence with their eyes fixed upon the heavens. If they saw a star cross from one quarter of the heavens to the other, this indicated that the kings were guilty of some neglect of the gods. The kings were then suspended from their duties till an oracle came from Delphi to relieve them from their forfeiture. 2. Political authority of the king. Just as, in the family, the authority was inherent in the priesthood, and the father, as head of the domestic worship, was at the same time judge and master, so the high priest of the city was at the same time its political chief. The altar, to borrow an expression of Aristotle, conferred dignity and power upon him. There is nothing to surprise us in this confusion of the priesthood and the civil power. We find it at the beginning of almost all societies, either because during the infancy of a people nothing but religion will command their obedience, or because our nature feels the need of not submitting to any other power than that of a moral idea. We have seen how the religion of the city was mixed up with everything. Man felt himself at every moment dependent upon his gods, and consequently upon this priest, who was placed between them and himself. This priest watched over the sacred fire. It was, as Pindar says, his daily worship that saved the city every day. He it was who knew the formulas and prayers which the gods could not resist. At the moment of combat, he it was who slew the victim and drew upon the army the protection of the gods. It was very natural that a man armed with such a power should be accepted and recognized as a leader. From the fact that religion had so great a part in the government, in the courts, and in war, it necessarily followed that the priest was at the same time magistrate, judge, and military chief. The kings of Sparta, says Aristotle, have 3 attributes. They perform the sacrifices, they command in war, and they administer justice. Dionysius of Halicarnassus expresses himself in the same manner regarding the kings of Rome. The constitutional rules of this monarchy were very simple. It was not necessary to seek long for them, they flowed from the rules of the worship themselves. The founder, who had established the sacred fire, was naturally the first priest. Hereditary succession was the constant rule, in the beginning, for the transmission of this worship. Whether the sacred fire was that of a family or that of a city, religion prescribed that the care of supporting it should always pass from father to son. The priesthood was therefore hereditary, and the power went with it. A well-known fact in the history of Greece proves, in a striking manner, that in the beginning the kingly office belonged to the man who set up the hearth of the city. We know that the population of the Ionian colonies was not composed of Athenians, but that it was a mixture of Pelasgians, Aeolians, Abantes, and Cadmeans. Yet all the hearths of the cities were placed by the members of the religious family of Codrus. It followed that these colonists, instead of having for leaders men of their own race, the Pelasgi a Pelasgian, the Abantes an Albantian, the Aeolians an Aeolian, all gave the royalty in their 12 cities to the Codridae. Assuredly these persons had not acquired their authority by force, for they were almost the only Athenians in this numerous agglomeration. But as they had established the sacred fires, it was their office to maintain them. The royalty was therefore bestowed upon them without a contest, and remained hereditary in their families. Battus had founded Cyrene in Africa, and the Batidae were a long time in possession of the royal dignity there. Protis founded Marseille, and the Proteidae, from father to son, performed the priestly office there, and enjoyed great privileges. It was not force, then, that created chiefs and kings in those ancient cities. It would not be correct to say that the first man who was king there was a lucky soldier. Authority flowed from the worship of the sacred fire. Religion created the king in the city, as it had made the family chief in the house. A belief, an unquestionable and imperious belief, declared that the hereditary priest of the hearth was the depositary of the holy duties and the guardian of the gods. How could one hesitate to obey such a man? A king was a sacred being, Vasilicieri, says Pindar. Men saw in him not a complete god, but at least the most powerful man to call down the anger of the gods, the man without whose aid no prayer was heard, no sacrifice accepted. This royalty, semi-religious, semi-political, was established in all cities from their foundation, without effort on the part of the kings, without resistance on the part of the subjects. We do not see at the origin of the ancient nations those fluctuations and struggles which mark the painful establishment of modern societies. We know how long a time was necessary, after the fall of the Roman Empire, to restore the rules of a regular society. Europe saw during several centuries opposing principles dispute for the government of the people, and the people at times rejecting all social organization. No such spectacle was seen in ancient Greece, or in ancient Italy. Their history does not commence with conflicts. Revolutions appeared only at the close. Among these populations, society formed slowly and by degrees, while passing from the family to the tribe and from the tribe to the city, but without shock and without a struggle. Royalty was established quite naturally, in the family first, in the city later. It was not devised in the imagination of a few. It grew out of a necessity that was manifest to the eyes of all. During long ages it was peaceable, honored, and obeyed. The kings had no need of material force. They had neither army nor treasury. But, sustained by a faith that had a powerful influence over the mind, their authority was sacred and inviolable. A revolution, of which we shall speak farther on, overturned the kingly power in every city. But when it fell, it left no rancor in the hearts of men. That contempt mingled with hatred which ordinarily attends on fallen grandeur, it never experienced. Fallen as it was, the affection and respect of men remained attached to its memory. In Greece, we see something which is not very common in history. In cities where the royal family did not become extinct, not only was it not expelled, but the same men who had despoiled it of power continued to honor it. At Ephesus, at Marseille, at Cyrene, the royal family, deprived of power, remained surrounded with the respect of the people, and even retained the title and insignia of royalty. The people established republican institutions, but the name of king, far from becoming a reproach, remained a venerated title. It is customary to say that this word was odious and despised. This is a singular error. The Romans applied it to the gods in their prayers. If the usurpers dared not assume this title, it was not because it was odious, but rather because it was sacred. In Greece, monarchy was many times restored in the cities, but the new monarchs never claimed the right to be called kings, and were satisfied to be called tyrants. What made the difference in these names was not the more or fewer moral qualities found in the sovereign. It was not the custom to call a good prince king and a bad one tyrant. Religion was what distinguished one from the other. The primitive kings had performed the duties of priests, and had derived their authority from the sacred fire. The tyrants of a later epoch were merely political chiefs and owed their elevation to force or election only. Book 3, Chapter 10 the magistracy. The union of the political authority and the priesthood in the same person did not cease with royalty. The revolution which established the republican regime did not separate functions whose connection appeared natural, and was then the fundamental law of human society. The magistrate who replaced the king was, like him, a priest, and at the same time, a political chief. Sometimes this annual magistrate bore the sacred title of king. In other places, the title of prytain, which he retained, indicated his principal function. In other cities, the title of archon prevailed. At Thebes, for example, the first magistrate was called by this name. But what Plutarch says of this office shows that it differed little from the priesthood. This archon, during his term of office, was required to wear a crown, as became a priest. Religion forbade him to let his hair grow, or to carry any iron object upon his person, a regulation which made him resemble the Roman flamen. The city of Plataea also had an archon, and the religion of this city required that, during his whole term of office, he should be clothed in white, that is to say, in the sacred color. The Athenian archons, when entering upon their duty, ascended the Acropolis, their heads crowned with myrtle, and offered a sacrifice to the divinity of the city. It was also a custom for them, in the exercise of their duty, to wear a crown of leaves upon their heads. Now it is certain that the crown, which in the course of time became, and has remained, the symbol of power, was then only a religious emblem, an exterior sign, which accompanied prayer and sacrifice. Among the 9 archons, the one called king was especially a religious chief, but each of his colleagues had some sacerdotal function to fulfill, some sacrifice to offer to the gods. The Greeks had a general expression to designate magistrates. They said ouenteli, which signified literally those who are to accomplish the sacrifice, an old expression indicating the idea that was entertained of the magistrate in early times. Pindar says of these personages that, by the offerings which they make to the sacred fire, they assure the safety of the city. At Rome, the first act of the consul was to offer a sacrifice in the forum. Victims were brought to the public square. When the pontiff had declared them worthy of being offered, the consul immolated them with his own hand, while a herald enjoined a religious silence upon the multitude, and a flute player sounded the sacred air. A few days later, the consul repaired to Lavinium, whence the Roman Penates had come, and offered another sacrifice. When we examine the character of the magistrate among the ancients with a little attention, we see how slightly he resembled the chief of state of modern societies. Priesthood, justice, and command are confounded in his person. He represents the city, which is a religious association as much, at least, as a political one. He has in his hands the auspices, the rites, prayer, the protection of the gods. A consul is something more than a man. He is a mediator between man and the divinity. To his fortune is attached the great public fortune. He is, as it were, the tutelary genius of the city. The death of a consul is calamitous to the republic. When the consul Claudius Nero left his army to fly to the succor of his colleague, Livy shows us into how great alarm Rome was thrown for the fate of this army. This was because, deprived of its chief, the army was at the same time deprived of its celestial protection. With the consul, the auspices had gone, that is to say, religion and the gods. The other Roman magistracies, which were, in a certain sense, members successively detached from the consulship, like that office, united sacerdotal and political attributes. We have seen the censor on certain days with a crown upon his head, offering a sacrifice in the name of the city, and striking down a victim with his own hand. The praetors and the curule aediles presided at religious festivals. There was no magistrate who had not some sacred act to perform, for in the minds of the ancients all authority ought to have some connection with religion. The tribunes of the people were the only ones who had no sacrifice to offer, but they were not counted among the real magistrates. We shall see farther along that their authority was of an entirely exceptional nature. The sacerdotal character belonging to the magistrate is shown, above all, in the manner of his election. In the eyes of the ancients, the votes of men were not sufficient to establish the ruler of a city. So long as the primitive royalty lasted, it appeared natural that this ruler should be designated by birth, by virtue of the religious law which prescribed that the son should succeed the father in every priestly office. Birth seemed sufficiently to reveal the will of the gods. When revolutions had everywhere suppressed this royalty, men appear to have sought, in the place of birth, a mode of election which the gods might not have to disavow. The Athenians, like many Greek peoples, saw no better way than to draw lots, but we must not form a wrong idea of this procedure, which has been made a subject of reproach against the Athenian democracy, and for this reason it is necessary that we attempt to penetrate the view of the ancients on this point. For them, the lot was not chance, it was the revelation of the divine will. Just as they had recourse to it in the temples to discover the secrets of the gods, so the city had recourse to it for the choice of its magistrate. It was believed that the gods designated the most worthy by making his name leap out of the urn. This was the opinion of Plato himself, who says, "He on whom the lot falls is the ruler, and is dear to the gods, and this we affirm to be quite just. The officers of the temple shall be appointed by lot. In this way their election will be committed to God, who will do what is agreeable to him." The city believed that in this manner it received its magistrates from the gods. Affairs are substantially the same at Rome. The designation of a consul did not belong to men. The will or the caprice of the people could not legitimately create a magistrate. This, therefore, was the manner in which the consul was chosen. A magistrate in charge, that is to say, a man already in possession of the sacred character and of the auspices, indicated among the dies fasti the one on which the consul ought to be named. During the night which preceded this day, he watched in the open air, his eyes fixed upon the heavens, observing the signs which the gods sent, whilst he pronounced mentally the name of some candidate for the magistracy. If the presages were favorable, it was because the gods accepted the candidate. The next day the people assembled in the Campus Martius. The same one who had consulted the gods presided at the assembly. He pronounced in a loud voice the names of the candidates concerning whom he had taken the auspices. If among those who sought the consulship there was one for whom the auspices had not been favorable, his name was omitted. The people voted upon those names only which had been pronounced by the president. If the president named but 2 candidates, the people necessarily voted for them. If he named 3, they chose 2 of them. The assembly never had the right to vote for other men than those whom the president had designated, for the auspices had been for those only, and for those only had the consent of the gods been assured. This mode of election, which was scrupulously followed in the first ages of the Republic, explains some peculiarities of Roman history which at first surprise us. We see, for example, that quite frequently the people were unanimous for 2 men for the consulship, and still they are not elected. This is because the president has not taken the auspices concerning these 2 men, or the auspices have not been favorable. On the other hand, we have seen the people elect to the consulship men whom they detested. This was because the president pronounced only these 2 names. It was absolutely necessary to vote for them, for the vote was not expressed by yes or no. Every vote was required to contain 2 names, and none could be written except those that had been designated. The people, when candidates were presented who were odious to them, could indeed show their displeasure by retiring without a vote, but there always remained in the enclosure citizens enough to make up a quorum. Here we see how great was the power of the president of the comitia, and we no longer wonder at the expression creat consules, which referred not to the people, but to the president of the comitia. It was of him indeed, rather than of the people, that it might be said, he creates the consuls, for he was the one who discovered the will of the gods. If he did not create the consuls, it was at least through him that the gods created them. The power of the people went no farther than to ratify the election, or, at most, to select among 3 or 4 names, if the auspices had been equally favorable to 3 or 4 candidates. Doubtless this method of procedure was very advantageous to the Roman aristocracy, but we should deceive ourselves if we saw in all this merely a ruse invented by them. Such a ruse was never thought of in the ages when they believed in this religion. Politically, it was useless in the first ages, since at that time the patricians had a majority in voting. It might even have been turned against them by investing a single man with exorbitant power. The only explanation that can be given of this custom, or rather of these rites of election, is that everyone then sincerely believed that the choice of the magistrates belonged not to the people, but to the gods. The man in whose hands the religion and the fortune of the city were to be placed ought to be revealed by the divine voice. The first rule for the election of a magistrate is the one given by Cicero, that he be named according to the rites. If, several months afterwards, the Senate was told that some rite had been neglected or badly performed, it ordered the consuls to abdicate, and they obeyed. The examples are very numerous, and if in the case of 2 or 3 of them we may believe that the Senate was very glad to be rid of an ill-qualified or ill-intentioned consul, the greater part of the time, on the contrary, we cannot impute other motives to them than religious scruples. When the lot or the auspices had designated an archon or a consul, there was, it is true, a sort of proof by which the merits of the newly elected officer were examined. But even this will show us what the city wished to find in its magistrate, and we shall see that it sought not the most courageous warrior, not the ablest and most upright man in peace, but the one best loved by the gods. Indeed, the Athenian Senate inquired of the magistrate-elect if he had any bodily defect, if he possessed a domestic god, if his family had always been faithful to his worship, if he himself had always fulfilled his duties towards the dead. Why these questions? Because a bodily defect, a sign of the anger of the gods, rendered a man unfit to fill any priestly office, and consequently to exercise any magistracy, because he who had no family worship ought not to have a national worship, and was not qualified to offer the sacrifices in the name of the city. Because if his family had not always been faithful to his worship, that is to say, if one of his ancestors had committed one of those acts which affect religion, the hearth was forever contaminated, and the descendants were detested by the gods. Finally, because if he himself had neglected the tomb of his dead, he was exposed to their dangerous anger and was pursued by invisible enemies. The city would have been very daring to have confided its fortunes to such a man. These are the principal questions that were addressed to one who was about to become a magistrate. It appeared that men did not trouble themselves about his character or his knowledge. They tried especially to assure themselves that he was qualified for the priestly office and that the religion of the city would not be compromised in his hands. This sort of examination was also in use at Rome. We have not, it is true, any information as to the questions which the consul was required to answer, but it is enough to know that this examination was made by the pontiffs. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 11, The Law. Among the Greeks and Romans, as among the Hindus, law was at first a part of religion. The ancient codes of the cities were a collection of rites, liturgical directions, and prayers, joined with legislative regulations. The laws concerning property, and those concerning succession, were scattered about in the midst of rules for sacrifices, for burial, and for the worship of the dead. What remains to us of the oldest laws of Rome, which were called the royal laws, relates as often to the worship as to the relations of civil life. One forbade a guilty woman to approach the altars, another forbade certain dishes to be served in the sacred repasts. A third prescribed what religious ceremony a victorious general ought to perform on re-entering the city. The Code of the 12 Tables, although more recent, still contained minute regulations concerning the religious rites of sepulture. The work of Solon was at the same time a code, a constitution, and a ritual. It regulated the order of sacrifices and the price of victims, as well as the marriage rites and the worship of the dead. Cicero, in his Laws, traces a plan of legislation which is not entirely imaginary. In the substance, as in the form of his code, he imitates the ancient legislators. Now, these are the first laws he writes. Let men approach the gods with purity. Let the temples of the ancestors and the dwelling of the Lares be kept up. Let the priests employ in the sacred repasts only the prescribed kinds of food. Let everyone offer to the manas the worship that is due them. Assuredly, the Roman philosopher troubled himself little about the old religion of the Lares and the Manas, but he was tracing a code in imitation of the ancient codes, and he believed himself bound to insert rules of worship. At Rome, it was a recognized truth that no one could be a good pontiff who did not know the law, and conversely that no one could know the law if he did not understand questions relating to religion. The pontiffs were for a long time the only jurisconsults. As there was hardly an act of life which had not some relation to religion, it followed that almost everything was submitted to the decision of these priests, and that they were the only competent judges in an infinite number of cases. All disputes regarding marriage, divorce, and the civil and religious rights of infants were carried to their tribunal. They were judges in cases of incest as well as of celibacy. As adoption affected religion, it could not take place without the consent of the pontiff. To make a will was to break the order that religion had established for the transmission of property and of the worship. The will, therefore, in the beginning, required to be authorized by the pontiff. As the limits of every man's land were established by religion, whenever two neighbors had a dispute about boundaries, they had to plead before the priests, called fratres arvales. This explains why the same men were pontiffs and jurists. Law and religion were but one. At Athens, the archon and the king had very nearly the same judicial functions as the Roman pontiff. The origin of ancient laws appears clearly. No man invented them. Solon, Lycurgus, Minos, Numa might have reduced the laws of their cities to writing, but they could not have made them. If we understand by legislator a man who creates a code by the power of his genius, and who imposes it upon other men, this legislator never existed among the ancients. Nor did ancient law originate with the votes of the people. The idea that a certain number of votes might make a law did not appear in the cities until very late, and only after 2 revolutions had transformed them. Up to that time, laws had appeared to men as something ancient, immutable, and venerable. As old as the city itself, the founder had established them at the same time that he established the hearth. Moresque viris et moenia ponit. He instituted them at the same time that he instituted the religion. Still, it could not be said that he had prepared them himself. Who then was the true author of them? When we spoke above of the organization of the family, and of the Greek and Roman laws which regulated property, succession, wills, and adoption, we observed how exactly these laws corresponded to the beliefs of ancient generations. If we compare these laws with natural equity, we often find them opposed to it, and we can easily see that it was not in the notion of absolute right and in the sentiment of justice that they were sought for. But place these laws by the side of the worship of the dead and of the sacred fire, compare them with the rules of this primitive religion, and they appear in perfect accord with all of this. Man did not need to study his conscience and say, "This is just, this is unjust." Ancient law was not produced in this way. But man believed that the sacred hearth, in virtue of the religious law, passed from father to son. From this it followed that the house was hereditary property. The man who had buried his father in his field believed that the spirit of the dead one took possession of this field forever, and required a perpetual worship of his posterity. As a result of this, the field, the domain of the dead, and the place of sacrifice became the inalienable property of a family. Religion said, the son continues the worship, not the daughter. And the law said, with the religion, the son inherits, the daughter does not inherit. The nephew by the males inherits, but not the nephew on the female side. This was the manner in which the laws were made. They presented themselves without being sought. They were the direct and necessary consequence of the belief. They were religion itself, applied to the relations of men among themselves. The ancients said their laws came from the gods. The Cretans attributed their laws not to Minos but to Jupiter. The Lacedaemonians believed that their legislator was not Lycurgus but Apollo. The Romans believed that Numa wrote under the dictation of one of the most powerful divinities of ancient Italy, the goddess Egeria. The Etruscans had received their laws from the god Tagus. There is truth in all these traditions. The veritable legislator among the ancients was not a man, but the religious belief which men entertained. The laws long remained sacred. Even at the time when it was admitted that the will of a man or the votes of a people might make a law, it was still necessary that religion should be consulted, and at least that its consent should be obtained. At Rome, it was not believed that a unanimous vote was sufficient to make a law binding. The decision of the people required to be ratified by the pontiffs, and the augurs were required to attest that the gods were favorable to the proposed law. One day, when the tribunes of the people wished to have a law adopted by the assembly of the tribes, a patrician said to them, "What right have you to make a new law, or to touch existing laws, you who have not the auspices, you who in your assemblies perform no religious acts? What have you in common with religion and sacred things, among which must be reckoned the laws?" From this we can understand the respect and attachment which the ancients long had for their laws. In them they saw no human work, but one whose origin was holy. It was no vain word when Plato said, "To obey the laws is to obey the gods." He does no more than to express the Greek idea when, in Crito, he exhibits Socrates giving his life because the laws demanded it of him. Before Socrates there was written upon the rock of Thermopylae, "Passer-by, go and tell Sparta that we lie here in obedience to its laws." The law among the ancients was always holy, and in the time of royalty it was the queen of the kings. In the time of the republic it was the queen of the people. To disobey it was sacrilege. In principle, the laws were immutable, since they were divine. It is worthy of remark that they were never abrogated. Men could indeed make new ones, but old ones still remained, however they might conflict with the new ones. The Code of Draco was not abolished by that of Solon, nor were the royal laws by those of the 12 Tables. The stone on which the laws were engraved was inviolable, or at most, the least scrupulous only thought themselves permitted to turn it round. This principle was the great cause of the confusion which is observable among ancient laws. Contradictory laws and those of different epochs were found together, and all claimed respect. In an oration of Isaias, we find two men contesting an inheritance. Each quotes a law in his favor. The two laws are absolute contraries, and are equally sacred. In the same manner, the Code of Manu preserves the ancient law which establishes primogeniture, and has another by the side of it which enjoins an equal division among the brothers. The ancient law never gave any reasons. Why should it? It was not bound to give them. It existed because the gods had made it. It was not discussed. It was imposed. It was a work of authority. Men obeyed it because they had faith in it. During long generations, the laws were not written. They were transmitted from father to son, with the creed and the formula of prayer. They were a sacred tradition, which was perpetuated around the family hearth, or the hearth of the city. The day on which men began to commit them to writing, they consigned them to the sacred books, to the rituals among prayers and ceremonies. Varro cites an ancient law of the city of Tusculum, and adds that he read it in the sacred books of that city. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who had consulted the original documents, says that before the time of the decemvirs, all the written laws at Rome were to be found in the books of the priests. Later, the laws were removed from the rituals, and were written by themselves, but the custom of depositing them in a temple continued, and priests had the care of them. Written or unwritten, these laws were always formulated into very brief sentences, which may be compared in form to the verses of Leviticus, or the slokas of the Book of Manu. It is quite probable even that the laws were rhythmical. According to Aristotle, before the laws were written, they were sung. Traces of this custom have remained in language. The Romans called the laws carmina, verses. The Greeks said nomoi, songs. These ancient verses were invariable texts. To change a letter of them, to displace a word, to alter the rhythm, was to destroy the law itself by destroying the sacred form under which it was revealed to man. The law was like prayer, which was agreeable to the divinity only on condition that it was recited correctly, and which became impious if a single word in it was changed. In primitive law, the exterior, the letter, is everything. There is no need of seeking the sense or spirit of it. The value of the law is not in the moral principle that it contains, but in the words that make up the formula. Its force is in the sacred words that compose it. Among the ancients, and especially at Rome, the idea of law was inseparably connected with certain sacramental words. If, for example, it was a question of contract, one was expected to say, "Da respondes," and the other was expected to reply, "Spondeo." If these words were not pronounced, there was no contract. In vain the creditor came to demand payment of the debt. The debtor owed nothing. For what placed a man under obligation in this ancient law was not conscience, or the sentiment of justice. It was the sacred formula. When this formula was pronounced between two men, it established between them a legal obligation. Where there was no formula, the obligation did not exist. The strange forms of ancient Roman legal procedure would not surprise us if we but recollected that ancient law was a religion, a sacred text, and justice a collection of rights. The plaintiff pursues with the law, agit lege. By the text of the law he seizes his adversary, but let him be on his guard. To have the law on his side, he must know its terms, and pronounce them exactly. If he speaks one word for another, the law exists no longer for him, and cannot defend him. Gaines gives an account of a man whose vines had been cut by his neighbor. The fact was settled. He pronounced the law. But the law said trees. He pronounced vines, and lost his case. Repeating the law was not sufficient. There was also needed an accompaniment of exterior signs, which were, so to say, the rites of this religious ceremony called a contract, or a case in law. For this reason, at every sale, the little piece of copper and the balance were employed. To buy an article, it was necessary to touch it with the hand, mancipatio, and if there was a dispute about a piece of property, there was a feigned combat, manuum concertio. Hence were derived the forms of liberation, those of emancipation, those of illegal action, and all the pantomime of legal procedure. As law was a part of religion, it participated in the mysterious character of all this religion of the cities. The legal formulas, like those of religion, were kept secret. They were concealed from the stranger, and even from the plebeian. This was not because the patricians had calculated that they should possess great power in the exclusive knowledge of the law, but because the law, by its origin and nature, long appeared to be a mystery, to which one could be initiated only after having first been initiated into the national worship and the domestic worship. The religious origin of ancient law also explains to us one of the principal characteristics of this law. Religion was purely civil, that is to say, peculiar to each city. There could flow from it, therefore, only a civil law. But it is necessary to distinguish the sense which this word had among the ancients. When they said that the law was civil, jus civile, nomoi politikoi. They did not understand simply that every city had its code, as in our day every state has a code. They meant that their laws had no force or power except between members of the same city. To live in a city did not make one subject to its laws and place him under their protection. One had to be a citizen. The law did not exist for the slave, no more did it exist for the stranger. We shall see further along that the stranger domiciled in a city could be neither a proprietor there, nor an heir, nor a testator. He could not make a contract of any sort, or appear before the ordinary tribunals of the citizens. At Athens, if he happened to be the creditor of a citizen, he could not sue him in the courts for the payment of the debt, as the law recognized no contract as valid for him. These provisions of ancient law were perfectly logical. Law was not born of the idea of justice, but of religion, and was not conceived as going beyond it. In order that there should be a legal relation between two men, it was necessary that there should already exist a religious relation, that is to say, that they should worship at the same hearth and have the same sacrifices. When this religious community did not exist, it did not seem that there could be any legal relation. Now, neither the stranger nor the slave had any part in the religion of the city. A foreigner and a citizen might live side by side during long years, without one's thinking of the possibility of a legal relation being established between them. Law was nothing more than one phase of religion. Where there was no common religion, there was no common law. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 12, The Citizen and the Stranger. The citizen was recognized by the fact that he had a part in the religion of the city, and it was from this participation that he derived all his civil and political rights. If he renounced the worship, he renounced the rights. We have already spoken of the public meals, which were the principal ceremony of the national worship. Now, at Sparta, one who did not join in these, even if it was not his fault, ceased at once to be counted among the citizens. At Athens, one who did not take part in the festivals of the national gods lost the rights of a citizen. At Rome, it was necessary to have been present at the sacred ceremony of the lustration in order to enjoy political rights. The man who had not taken part in this, that is to say, who had not joined in the common prayer and the sacrifice, lost his citizenship until the next lustration. If we wished to give an exact definition of a citizen, we should say that it was a man who had the religion of the city. The stranger, on the contrary, is one who has not access to the worship, one whom the gods of the city do not protect, and who has not even the right to invoke them. For these national gods do not wish to receive prayers and offering except from citizens. They repulse the stranger. Entrance into their temples is forbidden to him, and his presence during the sacrifice is a sacrilege. Evidence of this ancient sentiment of repulsion has remained in one of the principal rites of Roman worship. The pontiff, when he sacrifices in the open air, must have his head veiled. For before the sacred fires in the religious act which is offered to the national gods, the face of a stranger must not appear to the pontiff. The auspices would be disturbed. A sacred object which fell for a moment into the hands of a stranger at once became profane. It could not recover its religious character except by an expiatory ceremony. If the enemy seized a city, and the citizens succeeded in recovering it, above all things it was important that the temples should be purified and all the fires extinguished and rekindled. The presence of the stranger had defiled them. Thus religion established between the citizen and the stranger a profound and ineffaceable distinction. This same religion, so long as it held sway over the minds of men, forbade the right of citizenship to be granted to a stranger. In the time of Herodotus, Sparta had accorded it to no one except the prophet, and even for this the formal command of the oracle was necessary. Athens granted it sometimes, but with what precautions? First, it was necessary that the united people should vote by secret ballot for the admission of the stranger. Even this was nothing as yet. 9 days afterwards, a second assembly had to confirm the previous vote, and in this second case, 6,000 votes were required in favor of the admission, a number which will appear enormous when we recollect that it was very rare for an Athenian assembly to comprise so many citizens. After this, a vote of the Senate was required to confirm the decision of this double assembly. Finally, any citizen could oppose a sort of veto and attack the decree as contrary to the ancient laws. Certainly there was no other public act where the legislator was surrounded with so many difficulties and precautions as that which conferred upon a stranger the title of citizen. The formalities to go through were not near so great in declaring war or in passing a new law. Why should these men oppose so many obstacles to a stranger who wished to become a citizen? Assuredly they did not fear that in the political assemblies his vote would turn the balance. Demosthenes gives us the true motive and the true thought of the Athenians. It is because the purity of the sacrifices must be preserved. To exclude the stranger was to watch over the sacred ceremonies. To admit a stranger among the citizens was to give him a part in the religion and in the sacrifices. Now, for such an act, the people did not consider themselves entirely free, and were seized with religious scruples, for they knew that the national gods were disposed to repulse the stranger, and that the sacrifices would perhaps be rendered useless by the presence of the newcomer. The gift of the rights of a citizen to a stranger was a real violation of the fundamental principles of the national religion, and it is for this reason that, in the beginning, the city was so sparing of it. We must also note that the man admitted to citizenship with so much difficulty could be neither archon nor priest. The city indeed permitted him to take part in its worship, but as to presiding at it, that would have been too much. No one could become a citizen of Athens if he was a citizen in another city, for it was a religious impossibility to be at the same time a member of 2 cities, as it also was to be a member of 2 families. One could not have 2 religions at the same time. The participation in the worship carried with it the possession of rights. As the citizen might assist in the sacrifice which preceded the assembly, he could also vote at the assembly. As he could perform the sacrifices in the name of the city, he might be a prytane and an archon. Having the religion of the city, he might claim rights under its laws and perform all the ceremonies of legal procedure. The stranger, on the contrary, having no part in the religion, had none in the law. If he entered the sacred enclosure which the priests had traced for the assembly, he was punished with death. The laws of the city did not exist for him. If he had committed a crime, he was treated as a slave and punished without process of law, the city owing him no legal protection. When men arrived at that stage that they felt the need of having laws for the stranger, it was necessary to establish an exceptional tribunal. At Rome, in order to judge the alien, the praetor had to become an alien himself, praetor peregrinus. At Athens, the judge of foreigners was the polemarch, that is to say, the magistrate who was charged with cares of war and of all transactions with the enemy. Neither at Rome nor at Athens could a foreigner be a proprietor. He could not marry, or if he married, his marriage was not recognized, and his children were reputed illegitimate. He could not make a contract with a citizen. At any rate, the law did not recognize such a contract as valid. At first, he could take no part in commerce. The Roman law forbade him to inherit from a citizen, and even forbade a citizen to inherit from him. They pushed this principle so far that if a foreigner obtained the rights of a citizen without his son, born before this event, obtaining the same favor, the son became a foreigner in regard to his father and could not inherit from him. The distinction between citizen and foreigner was stronger than the natural tie between father and sun. At first blush, it would seem as if the aim had been to establish a system that should be vexatious towards foreigners. But there was nothing of this. Athens and Rome, on the contrary, gave him a good reception, both for commercial and political reasons. But neither their goodwill nor their interest could abolish the ancient laws which religion had established. This religion did not permit the stranger to become a proprietor, because he could not have any part in the religious soil of the city. It permitted neither the foreigner to inherit from the citizen, nor the citizen to inherit from the foreigner, because every transmission of property carried with it the transmission of a worship, and it was as impossible for the citizen to perform the foreigner's worship as for the foreigner to perform the citizen's. Citizens could welcome the foreigner, watch over him, even esteem him if he was rich and honorable, but they could give him no part in their religion or their laws. The slave, in certain respects, was better treated than he was, because the slave, being a member of the family whose worship he shared, was connected with the city through his master. The gods protected him. The Roman religion taught, therefore, that the tomb of the slave was sacred, but that the foreigner's was not. A foreigner, to be of any account in the eyes of the law, to be enabled to engage in trade, to make contracts, to enjoy his property securely, to have the benefit of the laws of the city to protect him, must become the client of a citizen. Rome and Athens required every foreigner to adopt a patron. By choosing a citizen as a patron, the foreigner became connected with the city. Thenceforth, he participated in some of the benefits of the civil law, and its protection was secured. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 13, Patriotism and Exile. The word country, among the ancients, signified the land of the fathers, terra patria, fatherland. The fatherland of every man was that part of the soil which his domestic or national religion had sanctified, the land where the remains of his ancestors were deposited, and which their souls occupied. His little fatherland was the family enclosure with its tomb and its hearth. The great fatherland was the city, with its prytaneum and its heroes, with its sacred enclosure and its territory marked out by religion. Sacred fatherland, the Greeks called it. Nor was it a vain word. This soil was indeed sacred to man, for his gods dwelt there. State, city, fatherland, these words were no abstraction as they are among the moderns. They really represented a group of local divinities with a daily worship and beliefs that had a powerful influence over the soul. This explains the patriotism of the ancients, an energetic sentiment which, for them, was the supreme virtue to which all other virtues tended. Whatever a man held most dear was associated with the idea of country. In it he found his property, his security, his laws, his faith, his God. Losing it, he lost everything. It was almost impossible that private and public interests could conflict. Plato says, "Our country begets us, nourishes us, educates us." And Sophocles says, "It is our country that preserves us." Such a country is not simply a dwelling place for man. Let him leave its sacred walls, let him pass the sacred limits of its territory, and he no longer finds for himself either a religion or a social tie of any kind. Everywhere else, except in his own country, he is outside the regular life and the law. Everywhere else he is without a god, and shut out from all moral life. There alone he enjoys his dignity as a man and his duties. Only there can he be a man. Country holds man attached to it by a sacred tie. He must love it as he loves his religion, obey it as he obeys a god. He must give himself to it entirely. He must love his country whether it is glorious or obscure, prosperous or unfortunate. He must love it for its favors, and love it also for its severity. Socrates, unjustly condemned by it, must not love it the less. He must love it as Abraham loved his God, even to sacrificing his son for it. Above all, one must know how to die for it. The Greek or Roman rarely dies on account of his devotion to a man or for a point of honor, but to his country he owes his life. For if his country is attacked, his religion is attacked. He fights literally for his altars and his fires, pro aris et focis. For if the enemy takes his city, his altars are overturned, his fires are extinguished, his tombs are profaned, his gods are destroyed, his worship is effaced. The piety of the ancients was love of country. The possession of a country was very precious, for the ancients imagined few chastisements more cruel than to be deprived of it. The ordinary punishment of great crimes was exile. Exile was really the interdiction of worship. To exile a man was, according to the formula used both by the Greeks and the Romans, to cut him off from both fire and water. By this fire we are to understand the sacred fire of the hearth. By this water, the lustral water which served for the sacrifices. Exile, therefore, placed man beyond the reach of religion. "Let him flee," were the words of the sentence, "nor ever approach the temples. Let no citizen speak to or receive him. Let no one admit him to the prayers or the sacrifices. Let no one offer the lustral water." Every house was defiled by his presence. The man who received him became impure by his touch. "Anyone who shall have eaten or drank with him, or who shall have touched him," said the law, "should purify himself." Under the ban of this excommunication, the exile could take part in no religious ceremony. He no longer had a worship, sacred repasts, or prayers. He was disinherited of his portion of religion. We can easily understand that, for the ancients, God was not everywhere. If they had some vague idea of a God of the universe, this was not the one whom they considered as their providence, and whom they invoked. Every man's gods were those who inhabited his house, his canton, his city. The exile, on leaving his country behind him, also left his gods. He no longer found a religion that could console and protect him. He no longer felt that providence was watching over him. The happiness of praying was taken away. All that could satisfy the needs of his soul was far away. Now, religion was the source whence flowed civil and political rights. The exile, therefore, lost all this in losing his religion and country. Excluded from the city worship, he saw at the same time his domestic worship taken from him, and was forced to extinguish his hearth fire. He could no longer hold property. His goods, as if he was dead, passed to his children, unless they were confiscated to the profit of the gods or of the state. Having no longer a worship, he had no longer a family. He ceased to be a husband and a father. His sons were no longer in his power. His wife was no longer his wife, and might immediately take another husband. Regulus, when a prisoner of the enemy, the Roman law looked upon as an exile. If the Senate asked his opinion, he refused to give it, because an exile was no longer a senator. If his wife and children ran to him, he repulsed their embraces, because for an exile there were no longer wife and children. Vertur pudice conjugis osculum, parvosque natos ut capitis minor asse removisse. The exile, says Xenophon, loses home, liberty, country, wife, and children. When he dies, he has not the right to be buried in the tomb of his family, for he is an alien. It is not surprising that the ancient republics almost all permitted a convict to escape death by flight. Exile did not seem a milder punishment than death. The Roman jurists called it capital punishment. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 14, The Municipal Spirit. What we have already seen of ancient institutions, and above all of ancient beliefs, has enabled us to obtain an idea of the profound gulf which always separated two cities. However near they might be to each other, they always formed two completely separate societies. Between them, there was much more than the distance which separates two cities today, much more than the frontier which separates two states. Their gods were not the same, or their ceremonies, or their prayers. The worship of one city was forbidden to men of a neighboring city. The belief was that the gods of one city rejected the homage and prayers of anyone who was not their own citizen. These ancient beliefs, it is true, were modified and softened in the course of time. But they had been in their full vigor at the time when these societies were formed, and these societies always preserved the impression of them. Two facts we can easily understand. First, that this religion, peculiar to each city, must have established the city in a very strong and almost unchangeable manner. It is indeed marvelous how long this social organization lasted, in spite of all its faults and all its chances of ruin. Second, that the effect of this religion during long ages must have been to render it impossible to establish any other social form than the city. Every city, even by the requirements of its religion, was independent. It was necessary that each should have its particular code, since each had its own religion, and the law flowed from the religion. Each was required to have its sovereign tribunal, and there could be no judicial tribunal superior to that of the city. Each had its religious festivals and its calendar. The months and the year could not be the same in two cities, as the series of religious acts was different. Each had its own money, which at first was marked with its religious emblem. Each had its weights and measures. It was not admitted that there could be anything in common between two cities. The line of demarcation was so profound that one hardly imagined marriage possible between the inhabitants of two different cities. Such a union always appeared strange and was long considered illegal. The legislation of Rome and that of Athens were visibly averse to admitting it. Nearly everywhere, children born of such a marriage were confounded with bastards and deprived of the rights of citizens. To make a marriage legal between inhabitants of two cities, it was necessary that there should be between those cities a particular convention, jus connubii, epigamia. Every city had about its territory a line of sacred bounds. This was the horizon of its national religion and of its gods. Beyond these bounds, other gods reigned, and another worship was practiced. The most salient characteristic of the history of Greece and of Italy before the Roman conquest is the excessive division of property and the spirit of isolation in each city. Greece never succeeded in forming a single state, nor did the Latin or the Etruscan cities, or the Samnite tribes succeed in forming a compact body. The incurable division of the Greeks has been attributed to the nature of their country, and we are told that the mountains which intersect each other established natural lines of demarcation among men. But there were no mountains between Thebes and Plataea, between Argos and Sparta, between Sybaris and Crotona. There were none between the cities of Latium, or between the 12 cities of Etruria. Doubtless physical nature has some influence upon the history of a people, but the beliefs of men have a much more powerful one. In ancient times, there was something more impassable than mountains between two neighboring cities. There were the series of sacred bounds, the difference of worship, and the hatred of the gods towards the foreigner. For this reason, the ancients were never able to establish or even to conceive of any other social organization than the city. Neither the Greeks, nor the Latins, nor even the Romans, for a very long time, ever had a thought that several cities might be united and live on an equal footing under the same government. There might indeed be an alliance, or a temporary association in view of some advantage to be gained, or some danger to be repelled, but there was never a complete union, for religion made of every city a body which could never be joined to another. Isolation was the law of the city. With the beliefs and the religious usages which we have seen, how could several cities ever have become united in one state? Men did not understand human association, and it did not appear regular unless it was founded upon religion. The symbol of this association was a sacred repast partaken of in common. A few thousand citizens might indeed literally unite around the same prytaneum, recite the same prayer, and partake of the same sacred dishes. But how attempt with these usages to make a single state of entire Greece? How could men hold the public repasts and perform all the sacred ceremonies in which every citizen was bound to take a part? Where would they locate the prytaneum? How would they perform the annual lustration of the citizens? What would become of the inviolable limits which had from the beginning marked out the territory of the city, and which separated it forever from the rest of the earth's surface? What would become of all the local worships, the city divinities, and the heroes who inhabited every canton? Athens had within her limits the hero, Oedipus, the enemy of Thebes. How unite Athens and Thebes in the same worship under the same government? When these superstitions became weakened, and this did not happen till a late period in common minds, it was too late to establish a new form of state. The division had become consecrated by custom, by interest, by inveterate hatreds, and by the memory of past struggles. Men could no longer return to the past. Every city held fast to its autonomy. This was the name they gave to an assemblage which comprised their worship, their laws, their government, and their entire religious and political independence. It was easier for a city to subject another than to annex it. Victory might make slaves of all the inhabitants of a conquered city, but they could not be made citizens of the victorious city. To join two cities in a single state, to unite the conquered population with the victors and associate them under the same government, is what was never seen among the ancients, with one exception, of which we shall speak presently. If Sparta conquered Messenia, it was not to make of the Spartans and Messenians a single people. The Spartans expelled the whole race of the vanquished and took their lands. Athens proceeded in this same manner with Salamis, Aegina, and Melos. The thought of removing the conquered to the city of the victors could not enter the mind of anyone. The city possessed gods, hymns, festivals, and laws, which were its precious patrimony, and it took good care not to share these with the vanquished. It had not even the right to do this. Could Athens admit that a citizen of Aegina might enter into the temple of Athena Polias, that he might offer his worship to Theseus, that he might take part in the sacred repasts, that as a prytane he might keep up the public fire? Religion forbade it. The conquered population of the island of Aegina could not therefore form a single state with the population of Athens. Not having the same gods, the Aeginetans and the Athenians could not have the same laws or the same magistrates. But might not Athens at any rate leave the conquered city intact, send magistrates within its walls to govern it? It was absolutely contrary to the principles of the ancients to place any man over a city who was not a citizen of it. Indeed, the magistrate was a religious chief, and his principal function was to sacrifice in the name of the city. The foreigner, who had not the right to offer the sacrifice, could not therefore be a magistrate. Having no religious function, he had not in the eyes of men any regular authority. Sparta attempted to place its harmosts in the cities, but these men were not magistrates. They did not act as judges or appear in the assemblies. Having no regular relation with the people of the cities, they could not maintain themselves there for any great length of time. Every conqueror, consequently, had only the alternative of destroying a subdued city and occupying its territory, or of leaving it entirely independent. There was no middle course. Either the city ceased to exist, or it was a sovereign state. So long as it retained its worship, it retained its government. It lost the one only by losing the other, and then it existed no longer. This absolute independence of the ancient city could only cease when the belief on which it was founded had completely disappeared. After these ideas had been transformed and several revolutions had passed over these antique societies, then men might come to have an idea of, and to establish, a larger state, governed by other rules. But for this, it was necessary that men should discover other principles and other social bonds than those of the ancient ages. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 15. Relations between the cities. War, Peace, the Alliance of the Gods. This religion, which exercised so powerful an empire over the interior life of the city, intervened with the same authority in all relations between cities. We may see this by observing how men of those ancient ages carried on war, how they concluded peace, and how they formed alliances. Two cities were two religious associations which had not the same gods. When they were at war, it was not the men alone who fought. The gods also took part in the struggle. Let no one suppose that this was simply a poetical fiction. There was among the ancients a very definite and a very vivid belief, by reason of which each army took its gods along with it. Men believed that these gods took an active part in the battle. The soldiers defended them, and they defended the soldiers. While fighting against the enemy, each one believed he was fighting against the gods of another city. These foreign gods he was permitted to detest, to abuse, to strike. He might even make them prisoners. Thus, war had a strange aspect. We must picture to ourselves two armies facing each other. In the midst of each are its statues, its altar, and its standards, which are sacred emblems. Each has its oracles, who have promised it success, its augurs, and its soothsayers, who assure it the victory. Before the battle, each soldier in the two armies thinks and says, like the Greek in Euripides, "The gods who fight for us are more powerful than those of our enemies." Each army pronounces against the other an imprecation like that which Macrobius has preserved. O gods, spread fear, terror, and misfortune among our enemies. Let these men and whoever inhabits their lands and cities be deprived by you of the light of the sun. May their city and their lands and their heads and their persons be devoted to you. After this imprecation, they rush to battle on both sides, with that savage fury which the notion that they have gods fighting for them, and that they are fighting against strange gods, inspires in them. There is no mercy for the enemy. War is implacable. Religion presides over the struggle, and excites the combatants. There can be no superior rule to moderate the desire for slaughter. They are permitted to kill the prisoners and the wounded. Even outside the field of battle, they have no idea of a duty of any kind towards the enemy. There are never any rights for a foreigner, least of all in time of war. No one was required to distinguish the just from the unjust in respect to him. Mucius Scaevola and all the Romans believed it was a glorious deed to assassinate an enemy. The consul Marcius boasted publicly of having deceived the king of Macedonia. Paulus Emilius sold as slaves 100,000 Epirots who had voluntarily surrendered themselves to him. The Lacedaemonian Phoebus seized upon the citadel of the Thebans in time of peace. Agesilaus was questioned upon the justice of this action. "Inquire only if it is useful," said the king, "for whenever an action is useful to our country, it is right." This was the international law of ancient cities. Another king of Sparta, Cleomenes, said that all the evil one could do to enemies was always just in the eyes of gods and men. The conqueror could use his victory as he pleased. No human or divine law restrained his vengeance or his cupidity. The day on which the Athenians decreed that all the Mytileneans, without distinction of age or sex, should be exterminated, they did not dream of transcending their rights. And when, on the next day, they revoked their decree and contented themselves with putting 1,000 citizens to death and confiscating all the lands, they thought themselves humane and indulgent. After the taking of Plataea, the men were put to death and the women sold, and yet no one accused the conquerors of having violated any law. These men made war not only upon soldiers, but upon an entire population, men, women, children, and slaves. They waged it not only against human beings, but against fields and crops. They burned houses and cut down trees. The harvest of the enemy was almost always devoted to the infernal gods, and consequently burned. They exterminated the cattle. They even destroyed the seed which might produce a crop the following year. A war might cause the name and race of an entire people to disappear at a single blow, and change a fertile country into a desert. It was by virtue of this law of war that the Romans extended a solitude around their city. Of the territory where the Volscians had 23 cities, it made the Pontine marshes. The 53 cities of Latium have disappeared. In Samnium, the places where the Roman armies had passed could no longer be recognized, less by the vestiges of their camps than by the solitude which reigned in the neighborhood. When the conquerors did not exterminate the vanquished, they had a right to suppress their city, that is to say, to break up their religious and political association. The worship then ceased, and the gods were forgotten. The religion of the city being destroyed, the religion of every family disappeared at the same time. The sacred fires were extinguished. With the worship fell the laws, civil rights, the family, property. Everything depended upon religion. Let us listen to the prisoner whose life is spared. He is made to pronounce the following formula. I give my person, my city, my land, the water that flows over it, my boundary gods, my temples, my movable property, everything which pertains to the gods, these I give to the Roman people. From this moment, the gods, the temples, the houses, the lands, and the people belonged to the victors. We shall relate farther on what the result of this was under the dominion of Rome. When a war did not end by the extermination or subjection of one of the two parties, a treaty of peace might terminate it. But for this, a convention was not sufficient. A religious act was necessary. Every treaty was marked by the immolation of a victim. To sign a treaty is a modern expression. The Latins said, strike a kid, icere hodus, or fodus. The name of the victim most generally employed for this purpose has remained in the common language to designate the entire act. The Greeks expressed themselves in a similar manner. They said, offer a libation, spendesthai. The ceremony of the treaty was always accomplished by priests who conformed to the ritual. In Italy they were called faciales, and spendophoroi, or libation carriers, in Greece. These religious ceremonies alone gave a sacred and inviolable character to international conventions. The history of the Caudine Forks is well known. An entire army, through its consuls, quaestors, tribunes, and centurions, had made a convention with the Samnites, but no victims had been offered. The Senate, therefore, believed itself justified in declaring that the treaty was not valid. In annulling it, no pontiff or patriarch believed that he was committing an act of bad faith. It was the universal opinion among the ancients that a man owed no obligations except to his own gods. We may recall the saying of a certain Greek, whose city adored the hero Alabandos. He was speaking to an inhabitant of another city that worshipped Hercules. Alabandos, said he, is a god, and Hercules is not one. With such ideas, it was important, in a treaty of peace, that each city called its own gods to bear witness to its oath. We made a treaty and poured out the libations, said the Plataeans to the Spartans. We called to witness you the gods of your fathers, we the gods who occupy our country. Both parties tried indeed, if it was possible, to invoke divinities that were common to both cities. They swore by those gods that were visible everywhere, the sun which shines upon all, and the nourishing earth. But the gods of each city, and its protecting heroes, touched men much more, and it was necessary to call them to witness if men wished to have their oaths really confirmed by religion. As the gods mingled in the battles during the war, they had to be included in the treaty. It was stipulated, therefore, that there should be an alliance between the gods as between the men of the two cities. To indicate this alliance of the gods, it sometimes happened that the two peoples agreed mutually to take part in each other's sacred festivals. Sometimes they opened their temples to each other and made an exchange of religious rites. Rome once stipulated that the city god of Lanuvium should thenceforth protect the Romans, who should have the right to invoke him and to enter his temple. Afterwards, each of the contracting parties engaged to worship the divinities of the other. Thus the Eleans, having concluded a treaty with the Aetolians, thenceforth offered an annual sacrifice to the heroes of their allies. It often happened after an alliance that the divinities of two cities were represented by statues or medals holding one another by the hand. Thus it is that there are medals on which are seen united the Apollo of Miletus and the Genius of Smyrna, the Pallas of the Cydians and the Artemis of Perga, the Apollo of Hierapolis and the Artemis of Ephesus. Virgil, speaking of an alliance between Thrace and the Trojans, represents the Penates of the two nations united and associated. These strange customs correspond perfectly with the idea which the ancients had of the gods. As every city had its own, it seemed natural that these gods should figure in battles and treaties. War or peace between two cities was war or peace between two religions. International law among the ancients was long founded upon this principle. When the gods were enemies, there was war without mercy and without law. As soon as they were friends, the men were united and entertained ideas of reciprocal duties. If they could imagine that the protecting divinities of two cities had some motive for becoming allies, this was reason enough why the two cities should become so. The first city with which Rome contracted ties of friendship was Cury in Etruria, and Livy gives the reason for this. In the disaster of the Gallic invasion, the Roman gods had found an asylum in Cury. They had inhabited that city and had been adored there. A sacred bond of friendship was thus established between the Roman gods and the Etruscan city. Thenceforth, religion would not permit the two cities to be enemies. They were allied forever. Footnote: It does not enter into our plan to speak of the numerous confederations, or amphictyonies, in ancient Greece and Italy. We will only remark here that they were as much religious as political associations. There was not one of them that had not a common worship and a sanctuary. That of the Boeotians worshipped Athena Itonia, that of the Achaeans Demeter Panachaea. The god of the Ionians in Asia Minor was Poseidon Heliconius, and that of the Dorian Pentapolis was Apollo Triopicus. The confederation of the Cyclades offered a common sacrifice in the Isle of Delos, the cities of Argolis at Caloria. The Amphictyony of Thermopylae was an association of the same nature. All their meetings took place in temples and were principally for offering sacrifices. Each of the confederate cities sent citizens clothed for the time with a sacerdotal character, called theori, to take part in these meetings. A victim was slain in honor of the god of the association, and the flesh, cooked upon the altar, was shared among the representatives of the cities. The common meal, with the songs, prayers, and sacred plays that accompanied them, formed the bond of the confederation. The same usage existed in Italy. The cities of Latium had the Feriae Latinae, in which they shared the flesh of a victim. It was the same with the Etruscan cities. Besides, in all these amphictyonies, the political bond was always weaker than the religious one. The confederate cities preserved perfect independence. They might even make war against each other, provided they observed a truce during the federal festival. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 16, The Roman, the Athenian. This same religion which had founded society and which had governed it for a long time, also gave the human mind its direction, and man his character. By its dogmas and its practices, it gave to the Greek and the Roman a certain manner of thinking and acting, and certain habits of which they were a long time in divesting themselves. It showed men gods everywhere, little gods, gods easily irritated and malevolent. It crushed man with the fear of always having gods against him, and left him no liberty in his acts. We must inquire what place religion occupied in the life of a Roman. His house was for him what a temple is for us. He finds there his worship and his gods. His fire is a god. The walls, the doors, the threshold are gods. The boundary marks which surround his field are also gods. The tomb is an altar, and his ancestors are divine beings. Each one of his daily actions is a rite. His whole day belongs to his religion. Morning and evening he invokes his fire, his penates, and his ancestors. In leaving and entering his house, he addresses a prayer to them. Every meal is a religious act, which he shares with his domestic divinities. Birth, initiation, the taking of the toga, marriage, and the anniversaries of all these events are the solemn acts of his worship. He leaves his house and can hardly take a step without meeting some sacred object, either a chapel, or a place formerly struck by lightning, or a tomb. Sometimes he must step back and pronounce a prayer. Sometimes he must turn his eyes and cover his face to avoid the sight of some ill-boding object. Every day he sacrifices in his house, every month in his Cury, several months a year with his gens, or his tribe. Above all these gods he must offer worship to those of the city. There are in Rome more gods than citizens. He offers sacrifices to thank the gods. He offers them, and by far the greater number, to appease their wrath. One day he figures in a procession, dancing after a certain ancient rhythm, to the sound of the sacred flute. Another day he conducts chariots in which lie statues of the divinities. Another time it is a lectisternium. A table is set in a street and loaded with provisions. Upon beds lie statues of the gods, and every Roman passes, bowing, with a crown upon his head and a branch of laurel in his hand. There is a festival for seed time, one for the harvest, and one for the pruning of the vines. Before corn has reached the ear, the Roman has offered more than 10 sacrifices and invoked some 10 divinities for the success of his harvest. He has, above all, a multitude of festivals for the dead, because he is afraid of them. He never leaves his own house without looking to see if any bird of bad augury appears. There are words which he dares not pronounce for his life. If he experiences some desire, he inscribes his wish upon a tablet which he places at the feet of the statue of a divinity. At every moment he consults the gods and wishes to know their will. He finds all his resolutions in the entrails of victims, in the flight of birds, in the warning of the lightning. The announcement of a shower of blood, or of an ox that has spoken, troubles him and makes him tremble. He will be tranquil only after an expiatory ceremony shall restore him to peace with the gods. He steps out of his house always with the right foot first. He has his hair cut only during the full moon. He carries amulets upon his person. He covers the walls of his house with magic inscriptions against fire. He knows of formulas for avoiding sickness, and of others for curing it. But he must repeat them 27 times, and spit in a certain fashion at each repetition. He does not deliberate in the Senate if the victims have not given favorable signs. He leaves the assembly of the people if he hears the cry of a mouse. He renounces the best-laid plans if he perceives a bad presage, or if an ill-omened word has struck his ear. He is brave in battle, but on condition that the auspices assure him the victory. This Roman whom we present here is not the man of the people, the feeble-minded man whom misery and ignorance have made superstitious. We are speaking of the patrician, the noble, powerful, rich man. This patrician is, by turns, warrior, magistrate, consul, farmer, merchant. But everywhere and always he is a priest, and his thoughts are fixed upon the gods. Patriotism, love of glory, and love of gold, whatever power these may have over his soul, the fear of the gods still governs everything. Horace has written the most striking truth concerning the Romans, Dis te minorum quod geris imperas. Men have sometimes called this a political religion, but can we suppose that a senate of 300 members, a body of 3,000 patricians, should have agreed so unanimously to deceive an ignorant people? And that for ages, during so many rivalries, struggles, and personal hatreds, not a single voice was raised to say, "This is a falsehood"? If a patrician had betrayed the secrets of his sect, if, addressing himself to the plebeians, who impatiently supported the yoke of this religion, he had disembarrassed and freed them from these auspices and priesthoods, this man would immediately have obtained so much credit that he might have become the master of the state. Does anyone suppose that if these patricians had not believed in the religion which they practiced, such a temptation would not have been strong enough to determine at least one among them to reveal the secret? We greatly deceive ourselves on the nature of man if we suppose a religion can be established by convention and supported by imposture. Let anyone count in Livy how many times this religion embarrassed the patricians themselves, how many times it stood in the way of the Senate and impeded its action, and then decide if this religion was invented for the convenience of statesmen. It was very late, not till the time of the Scipios, that they began to believe that religion was useful to the government, but then religion was already dead in their minds. Let us take a Roman of the first days. We will choose one of the greatest commanders, Camillus, who was 5 times dictator and who was victorious in more than 10 battles. To be just, we must consider him quite as much a priest as a warrior. He belonged to the Furian gens. His surname is a word which designates a priestly function. When a child, he was required to wear the praetexta, which indicated his caste, and the bulla, which kept bad fortune from him. He grew up, taking a daily part in the ceremonies of the worship. He passed his youth in studying religious rites. A war broke out, and the priest became a soldier. He was seen, when wounded in the thigh, in a cavalry combat, to draw the iron from the wound and continue to fight. After several campaigns he was raised to magistracies. As consular tribune he offered the public sacrifices, acted as judge, and commanded the army. A day comes when men think of him for the dictatorship. On that day, the magistrate in office, after having watched during a clear night, consults the gods. His thoughts are fixed upon Camillus, whose name he pronounces in a low voice. And his eyes are fixed upon the heavens, where he seeks the presages. The gods send only good ones, for Camillus is agreeable to them, and he is named dictator. Now, as chief of the army, he leaves the city, not without having consulted the auspices and slain many victims. He has under his orders many officers and almost as many priests, a pontiff, augurs, aruspices, keepers of the sacred chickens, assistants at sacrifices, and a bearer of the sacred fire. His work is to finish the war against Veii, which for 9 years has been besieged without success. Veii is an Etruscan city, that is to say, almost a sacred city. It is against piety, more than courage, that the Romans have to contend. If the Romans have been unsuccessful for 9 years, it is because the Etruscans have a better knowledge of the rites that are agreeable to the gods, and the magic formulas that gain their favor. Rome, on her side, has opened the Sibylline books, and has sought the will of the gods there. It appears that the Latin festival has been vitiated by some neglect of form, and the sacrifice is renewed. Still the Etruscans retain their superiority, Only one resource is left: to seize an Etruscan priest and learn the secret of the gods from him. A Veientine priest is taken and brought to the Senate. To ensure the success of Rome, he says, the level of the Alban lake must be lowered, taking good care that the water does not run into the sea. The Romans obey. They dig many canals and ditches, and the water of the lake is lost in the plain. At this moment Camillus is elected dictator. He repairs to the army at Veii. He is sure of success, for all the oracles have been revealed, all the commands of the gods have been fulfilled. Moreover, before leaving Rome, he has promised the protecting gods festivals and sacrifices. In order to ensure success, he does not neglect human means. He increases the army, improves its discipline, and constructs a subterranean gallery to penetrate into the citadel. The day for the attack arrives. Camillus leaves his tent, he takes the auspices and sacrifices victims. The pontiffs and augurs surround him. Clothed in a paludamentum, he invokes the gods. Under thy conduct, O Apollo, and by thy will which inspires me, I march to take and destroy the city of Veii. To thee I promise and devote a 10th part of the spoils. But it is not enough to have gods on his side. The enemy also has a powerful divinity that protects him. Camillus invokes this divinity in these words: Queen Juno, who at present inhabitest Veii, I pray thee, come with us, conquerors, follow us into our city, let our city become thine. Then, the sacrifices being finished, the prayers pronounced, the formulas recited, when the Romans are sure that the gods are for them, and no god any longer defends the enemy, the assault is made, and the city is taken. Such was Camillus. A Roman general was a man who understood admirably how to fight, who knew, above all, how to command obedience, but who believed firmly in the augurs, who performed religious acts every day, and who was convinced that what was of most importance was not courage, or even discipline, but the enunciation of certain formulas exactly pronounced according to the rites. These formulas, addressed to the gods, determined them and constrained them almost always to give him the victory. For such a general, the supreme recompense was for the Senate to permit him to offer the triumphal sacrifice. Then he ascends the sacred chariot drawn by 4 white horses. He wears the sacred robe with which the gods are clothed on festal days. His head is crowned, his right hand holds a laurel branch, his left the ivory scepter. These are exactly the attributes and the costume of Jupiter's statue. With this almost divine majesty he shows himself to the citizens, and goes to render homage to the true majesty of the greatest of the Roman gods. He climbs the slope of the Capitol, arrives before the temple of Jupiter, and immolates victims. The fear of the gods was not a sentiment peculiar to the Roman. It also reigned in the heart of the Greek. These peoples, originally established by religion and elevated by it, long preserved the marks of their first education. We know the scruples of the Spartan, who never commenced an expedition before the full moon, who was continually sacrificing victims to know whether he ought to fight, and who renounced the best planned and most necessary enterprises because a bad presage frightened him. The Athenian was not less scrupulous. An Athenian army never set out on a campaign before the 7th day of the month, and when a fleet set sail on an expedition, great care was taken to re-gild the statue of Pallas. Xenophon declares that the Athenians had more religious festivals than any other Greek people. "How many victims offered to the gods," says Aristophanes, "how many temples, how many statues, how many sacred processions. At every moment of the year we see religious feasts and crowned victims." The city of Athens and its territory are covered with temples and chapels. Some are for the city worship, others for the tribes and demes, and still others for family worship. Every house is itself a temple, and in every field there is a sacred tomb. The Athenian whom we picture to ourselves as so inconstant, so capricious, such a free thinker, has, on the contrary, a singular respect for ancient traditions and ancient rites. His principal religion, that which secures his most fervent devotion, is the worship of ancestors and heroes. He worships the dead and fears them. One of his laws obliges him to offer them yearly the first fruits of his harvest. Another forbids him to pronounce a single word that can call down their anger. Whatever relates to antiquity is sacred to the Athenian. He has old collections in which are recorded his rites, from which he never departs. If a priest introduces the slightest innovation into the worship, he is punished with death. The strangest rites are observed from age to age. One day in the year, the Athenians offer a sacrifice in honor of Ariadne, and because it was said that the beloved of Theseus died in childbirth, they are compelled to imitate the cries and movements of a woman in travail. They celebrate another festival called Oschophoria, which is a sort of pantomime representing the return of Theseus to Attica. They crown the wand of a herald because Theseus's herald crowned his staff. They utter a certain cry which they suppose the herald uttered, and a procession is formed, and each wears the costume that was in fashion in Theseus's time. On another day, the Athenians did not fail to boil vegetables in a pot of a certain kind. This was a rite the origin of which was lost in dim antiquity, and of which no one knew the significance, but which was piously renewed each year. The Athenian, like the Roman, had unlucky days. On these days no marriage took place, no enterprise was begun, no assembly was held, and justice was not administered. The 18th and 19th day of every month was employed in purifications. The day of the Plinteria, a day unlucky above all, they veiled the statue of the great Athena Polias. On the contrary, on the day of the Panathenea, the veil of the goddess was carried in grand procession, and all the citizens without distinction of age or rank made up the cortege. The Athenian offered sacrifices for the harvests, for the return of the rain, and for the return of fair weather. He offered them to cure sickness, and to drive away famine or pestilence. Athens has its collection of ancient oracles, as Rome has her Sibylline books, and supports in the Prytaneum men who foretell the future. In her streets we meet at every step soothsayers, priests, and interpreters of dreams. The Athenian believes in portents. Sneezing or ringing in the ears arrests him in an enterprise. He never goes on shipboard without taking the auspices. Before marrying, he does not fail to consult the flight of birds. The assembly of the people disperses as soon as anyone declares that there has appeared in the heavens an ill-boding sign. If a sacrifice has been disturbed by the announcement of bad news, it must be recommenced. The Athenian hardly commences a sentence without first invoking good fortune. He puts the same words at the head of all his decrees. On the speaker's stand, the orator prefers to commence with an invocation to the gods and heroes who inhabit the country. The people are led by oracles. The orators, to give their advice more force, repeat at every moment, "The goddess ordains thus." Nicias belongs to a great and rich family. While still young, he conducts to the sanctuary of Delos a theoria, that is to say victims, and a chorus to sing the praises of the god during the sacrifice. Returning to Athens, he offers a part of his fortune in homage to the gods, dedicating a statue to Athena and a chapel to Dionysius. By turns, he is hesitator and pays the expense of the sacred repast of his tribe, and chorigus, when he supports a chorus for the religious festivals. No day passes that he does not offer a sacrifice to some god. He has a soothsayer attached to his house, who never leaves it, and whom he consults on public affairs, as well as on his own. Having been appointed a general, he commands an expedition against Corinth. While he is returning victorious to Athens, he perceives that 2 of his dead soldiers have been left, without burial, upon the enemy's territory. He is seized with a religious scruple. He stops his fleet and sends a herald to demand of the Corinthians permission to bury the 2 bodies. Some time after, the Athenian people are deliberating upon the Sicilian expedition. Nicias ascends the speaker's stand and declares that his priests and soothsayers announce prestiges which are opposed to the expedition. Alcibiades, it is true, has other diviners who interpret the oracles in a contrary sense. The people are undecided. Men come in who have just arrived from Egypt. They have consulted the god Ammon, who is beginning to be quite the fashion, and they report this oracle from him. The Athenians will capture all the Syracusans. The people immediately decide for war. Nicias, much against his will, commands the expedition. Before setting out, he offers a sacrifice according to custom. He takes with him, like other generals, a troop of diviners, sacrificers, aruspices, and heralds. The fleet carries its sacred fire. Every vessel has an emblem representing some god. But Nicias has little hope. Is not misfortune announced by prodigies enough? Crows have injured a statue of Pallas, a man has mutilated himself upon an altar, and the departure takes place during the unlucky days of the Plinteria. Nicias knows only too well that this war will be fatal to him and his country. During the whole course of his campaign, he always appears timorous and circumspect. He hardly dares to give the signal for a battle, he whom they know to be so brave a soldier and so skillful a general. The Athenians cannot take Syracuse, and after cruel losses they are forced to decide upon returning home. Nicias prepares his fleet for the return. The sea is still free. But an eclipse of the moon happens. He consults his diviner. The diviner answers that the presage is unfavorable, and that they must wait 3 times 9 days. Nicias obeys. He passes all this time inactive, offering many sacrifices to appease the wrath of the gods. During this delay, the enemy close up the port and destroy his fleet. Nothing is left for him but to retreat by land, and this is impossible. Neither he nor any of his soldiers escapes the Syracusans. What did the Athenians say at the news of this disaster? They knew the personal courage of Nicias and his admirable constancy, nor did they dream of blaming him for having followed the dictates of religion. They found but one thing to reproach him for. This was for having taken with him an ignorant diviner. For this man had been mistaken as to the meaning of the eclipse of the moon. He ought to have known that, for an army wishing to retreat, a moon that conceals its light is a favorable presage. The Ancient City, Book 3, Chapter 17, The Omnipotence of the State. The ancients knew nothing of individual liberty. The city had been founded upon a religion, and constituted like a church. Hence its strength, hence also its omnipotence and the absolute empire which it exercised over its members. In a society established on such principles, individual liberty could not exist. The citizen was subordinate in everything, and without any reserve, to the city. He belonged to it, body and soul. The religion which had produced the state, and the state which supported the religion, sustained each other, and made but one. These two powers, associated and confounded, formed a power almost superhuman, to which the soul and the body were equally enslaved. There was nothing independent in man. His body belonged to the state, and was devoted to its defense. At Rome, military service was due till a man was 50 years old. At Athens, till he was 60. At Sparta, always. His fortune was always at the disposal of the state. If the city had need of money, it could order the women to deliver up their jewels, the creditors to give up their claims, and the owners of olive trees to turn over gratuitously the oil which they had made. Private life did not escape this omnipotence of the state. The Athenian law, in the name of religion, forbade man to remain single. Sparta punished not only those who remained single, but those who married late. At Athens, the state could prescribe labor, and at Sparta, idleness. It exercised its tyranny in even the smallest things. At Locri, the laws forbade men to drink pure wine. At Rome, Miletus, and Marseille, wine was forbidden to women. It was a common thing for the kind of dress to be invariably fixed by each city. The legislation of Sparta regulated the headdress of women, and that of Athens forbade them to take with them on a journey more than 3 dresses. At Rhodes and Byzantium, the law forbade men to shave the beard. The state was under no obligation to suffer any of its citizens to be deformed. It therefore commanded a father to whom such a son was born to have him put to death. This law is found in the ancient codes of Sparta and of Rome. We do not know that it existed at Athens. We know only that Aristotle and Plato incorporated it into their ideal codes. There is, in the history of Sparta, one trait which Plutarch and Rousseau greatly admired. Sparta had just suffered a defeat at Leuctra, and many of its citizens had perished. On receipt of this news, the relatives of the dead had to show themselves in public with gay countenances. The mother who learned that her son had escaped, and that she should see him again, appeared afflicted and wept. Another, who knew that she should never again see her son, appeared joyous and went round to the temple to thank the gods. What then was the power of the state that could thus order the reversal of the natural sentiments and be obeyed? The state allowed no man to be indifferent to its interests. The philosopher or the studious man had no right to live apart. He was obliged to vote in the assembly and be magistrate in his turn. At a time when discords were frequent, the Athenian law permitted no one to remain neutral. He must take sides with one or the other party. Against one who attempted to remain indifferent and not side with either faction, and to appear calm, the law pronounced the punishment of exile with confiscation of property. Education was far from being free among the Greeks. On the contrary, there was nothing over which the state had greater control. At Sparta, the father could have nothing to do with the education of his son. The law appears to have been less rigorous at Athens. Still, the state managed to have education in the hands of masters of its own choosing. Aristophanes, in an eloquent passage, shows the Athenian children on their way to school. In order, distributed according to their district, they march in serried ranks, through rain, snow, or scorching heat. These children seem already to understand that they are performing a public duty. The state wished alone to control education, and Plato gives the motive for this. Parents ought not to be free to send or not to send their children to the masters whom the city has chosen, for the children belong less to their parents than to the city. The state considered the mind and body of every citizen as belonging to it, and wished, therefore, to fashion this body and mind in a manner that would enable it to draw the greatest advantage from them. Children were taught gymnastics because the body of a man was an arm for the city, and it was best that this arm should be as strong and as skillful as possible. They were also taught religious songs and hymns, and the sacred dances, because this knowledge was necessary to the correct performance of the sacrifices and festivals of the city. It was admitted that the state had a right to prevent free instruction by the side of its own. One day Athens made a law forbidding the instruction of young people without authority from the magistrates, and another which specially forbade the teaching of philosophy. A man had no chance to choose his belief. He must believe and submit to the religion of the city. He could hate and despise the gods of the neighboring city. As to the divinities of a general and universal character, like Jupiter, or Cybele, or Juno, he was free to believe or not to believe in them. But it would not do to entertain doubts about Athena Polias, or Erechtheus, or Cecrops. That would have been grave impiety, which would have endangered religion and the state at the same time, and which the state would have severely punished. Socrates was put to death for this crime. Liberty of thought in regard to the state religion was absolutely unknown among the ancients. Men had to conform to all the rules of worship, figure in all the processions, and take part in the sacred repasts. Athenian legislation punished those by a fine who failed religiously to celebrate a national festival. The ancients therefore knew neither liberty in private life, liberty in education, nor religious liberty. The human person counted for very little against that holy and almost divine authority which was called country or the state. The state had not only, as we have in our modern societies, a right to administer justice to the citizens, it could strike when one was not guilty, and simply for its own interest. Aristides assuredly had committed no crime, and was not even suspected, but the city had the right to drive him from its territory, for the simple reason that he had acquired by his virtues too much influence, and might become dangerous, if he desired to be. This was called ostracism. This institution was not peculiar to Athens. It was found at Argos, at Megara, at Syracuse, and we may believe that it existed in all the Greek cities. Now, ostracism was not a chastisement. It was a precaution which the city took against a citizen whom it suspected of having the power to injure it at any time. At Athens, a man could be put on trial and condemned for incivism, that is to say, for the want of affection towards the state. A man's life was guaranteed by nothing so soon as the interest of the state was at stake. Rome made a law by which it was permitted to kill any man who might have the intention of becoming king. The dangerous maxim that the safety of the state is the supreme law was the work of antiquity. It was then thought that law, justice, morals, everything should give way before the interests of the country. It is a singular error, therefore, among all human errors, to believe that in the ancient cities men enjoyed liberty. They had not even the idea of it. They did not believe that there could exist any right as against the city and its gods. We shall see farther on that the government changed form several times, while the nature of the state remained nearly the same, and its omnipotence was little diminished. The government was called by turns monarchy, aristocracy, democracy, but none of these revolutions gave man true liberty, individual liberty. To have political rights, to vote, to name magistrates, to have the privilege of being archon, this was called liberty. But man was not the less enslaved to the state. The ancients, especially the Greeks, always exaggerated the importance, and above all the rights, of society. This was largely due, doubtless, to the sacred and religious character with which society was clothed in the beginning.